Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Naruto sealed Anko had rough harem? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original stories link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Damn it, not again. Why are you always after me? What did I ever do to you? Get back here and face Judgment Demon. Naruto in his desperation takes a turn into a dead-end alleyway. No, not again. Not now. I was all set to attend the academy to become a ninja. Hee, a ninja. Don't make me laugh. You're a demon and now we're going to finish what the fourth Hokage started. Now die. Demon. The man rounded on Naruto with a rusty kitchen knife intending to gut him. With the help of the mob finally pinning Naruto down, he starts to slice into Naruto's belly and chest. With a sick smile on his face, he continues to slowly cut into the boy, not noticing his hair is changing to the same color as the blood spilling from his wounds. Not noticing his eyes changing shape and color from solid ocean blue to a bright red with concentric circles and a slit pupil. The mob and the man never notice until a wave of gravity pushed them out of the alleyway. What the fuck was that? The man asks as he cradles his head in pain. An Anbu in a dog mask lands on the ground next to him. Looks to me like a mob committing treason to me. Weasel round this lot up and take them to Ibiki for interrogation. Find out who put them up to this. A second Anbu lands next to Dog and nods before doing as ordered. Dog gathers the severely injured and dying boy in his arms and takes him to the Hokage. Lord Hokage. Dog burst into the office and startles the old Hokage. What is it, Dog? I was about to head home for the night. Dog sets Naruto on the desk. The mobs again. This time worse than ever, but something strange happened. The old Hokage jumps out of his chair to attend Naruto. Go get my personal physicians. Damn those fools, they will kill us all. You can tell me the details after Naruto is taken care of. Go. Dog body flickers out of the office to do as ordered. Naruto, if your parents saw you like this, they would be beside themselves with fury. I am sorry. Unknown location. Drip. Wake boy, we have much to discuss. Where am I? Huh. I'm alive. Yes, but barely. Truly you seem blessed by lady luck. Ha, wish I could say the same. Who are you? Where am I? Naruto jumps back in fright as a large pair of blood red, slit pupil eyes look out at him from within a mountain-sized cage with a paper tag on the front bearing the kanji for seal on it. I am the nine-tailed fox boy. I am the reason they hate you. I have watched your life from within this seal and I am not impressed. Oh, you are weak but not by your own fault. They call you a demon. They mistake you for me, but they are more demon than I will kill. I will maim. I will destroy and slaughter, but even I would never torture a child. Naruto looks defeated. So, there is no hope to change their minds. I assume you're the reason I heal so quick? Kyuubi nods. Thanks for that. Hey funny. The person who's nicest to me is the cause of my pain. I just hope I don't drag you down with me. I may have only just met you, but you really are the only friend I've ever had. Sorry. You sound like you're giving up, kid. You aren't dead yet. Besides, if I have my way you will live a long time. Seems the old man got his doctors to help me heal your body. You will wake soon, but before you do, I have some things for you to do and to know. Naruto looks at the Kyuubi shocked before changing his face to determined. I never want this to happen to me again. What must I do? Kyuubi smiles and explains about the new dojutsu he has unlocked and what he wants Naruto to do. 8 hours later at Konoha General Hospital, Naruto opens his eyes and groans at the light. So you live another day, Naruto? Old man. So it wasn't a dream. Kyuubi says hi by the way. The old Hokage pales slightly. You have spoken to it? Is this the first time, Naruto? Is the seal still intact? Whoa, slow down. Yes, to all three. Says he's pissed at the villagers. Says the way they treat me is worse than anything he could bring himself to do. Well, he explained it a bit more gruesomely than that, but that's the gist of it. He gave me instructions on what I should do. Naruto, you really shouldn't listen to him. He could be trying to trick you into releasing the seal. But Naruto just waves him off. The seal is designed to release on its own eventually. He doesn't need to do anything. Hiruzen drops his pipe. What? Why would the fourth design the seal that way? Because his hope for me to be seen as a hero wasn't blind as you thought. He knew that if I was treated right, I would be able to master the Kyuubi's power by the time it broke, and if not, then the Kyuubi would see me as something to be protected and would help me. He really isn't what you think, old man. Why would the nine-tailed demon fox help a human? Because every time he's been out of the seal since before his fight with Hashirama, he's been controlled by an Uchiha. Don't get the wrong idea though. It was Madara the first time, and when he was taken from my mother it was another wielder of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Dunno what that is, but he says it's beyond all but a few Uchiha. As to why he would help me, well, let's just say he's bored and he is sick of seeing me in this room. Hiruzen closes his eyes in thought and relights his pipe. I see, and what is it he wants you to do about it? As you know, I was to attend the Ninja Academy today, but seeing as my hope to win the respect of this village is now out of my mind, I will not be attending. Instead, I wish for Anbu training. My father wanted me to be a hero, and if I can't do it in the light, then I must step into the shadows. If nobody wishes to see me, then let them not. If they see me as a demon fox, then let me be one. Hiruzen looks at Naruto's eyes and sees determination, but remembers what Dog told him about Naruto. Naruto, would you please channel chakra into your eyes for a moment? Naruto smiles at the Hokage. So, I take it an Anbu came by just in time to see that, huh? Yeah, he told me about the Rinnegan. Said it was a new variation though. Different from the sage or his mother. Naruto activates his eyes. The old Hokage looks at the eyes curiously, and what did he call this new variation? Kitsunegan. It seems to have a few powers from each of the 3 great dojutsus and a couple new ones. Since there is nobody capable of teaching me to use them, that falls to him though, so I would appreciate it remaining between only those who now know. Hiruzen nods. I don't like the idea of you joining Anbu at your age. In fact, I was never planning to let you do so. Besides, normally there are rules as to the requirements to join, just like the requirements for any ninja rank. However, I will make an exception. With your knowledge of the fox and with those eyes, it is now far too dangerous for you to live out in the open. I will apprentice you to some of my finest Anbu. Within the 5 years it would take you to graduate the academy, you will be trained to at least Chunin level, or you will be forced into the academy. Deal? Naruto nods. I only have one request. Hiruzen quirks an eyebrow and motions for him to continue. The civilian council. They must know nothing. The elders too. The fox says the mobs were too organized to be random. Somebody was helping them, and given my father's reputation, I doubt it was any of the clan heads. Ha, so he told you about them, did he? Yes, I have suspected as much for a while but have not had the resources to prove any wrongdoing. Deal. I will also assign an Anbu for a long-term mission to investigate the council. But remember, you have 5 years to achieve Chunin level in at least Taijutsu, Ninjutsu and Kenjutsu. Naruto grins his foxy smile. Old man, in 5 years Chunin will be the least I can achieve. 1 week later at Anbu headquarters, a man wearing headgear much like the second Hokage is sitting at his desk looking over a file. So, he's sending him to Anbu. Ha, this is going to give me such a headache, I just know it. Hinoka, get me Dog and Weasel. His secretary nods and leaves his office before returning 5 minutes later with the requested Anbu members. You called Tenzo? Tenzo nods. You two are getting a new apprentice. He will train alongside Kat. Hokage orders you to give him the most grueling training you can, as he wants him up to Chunin or better in the 3 primary Anbu skills within 5 years. Dog and Weasel look at each other before Weasel asks. That kind of training would be difficult even for a prodigy. Who is it? Tenzo pauses before nodding. Naruto Uzumaki. According to the Hokage, short of killing him or any permanent damage, anything you can do to him will heal quickly, so hold nothing back. This is a make-or-break mission. The Hokage doesn't truly want him here, so he has set a deadline, and the method is to test his will to commit to his chosen path. If he can't take it, then he will go to the academy and be watched constantly. You should know. His appointment is an S-class secret, as are any abilities or skills he has or develops until further notice. Dog looks down and folds his arms. So, Sensei's son seems fitting. Does he know of his parentage? Tenzo nods. Do I have leave to teach him his father's jutsu? Tenzo nods again. He will have access to his father's Hiraishin once he retires from Anbu, but until then you can teach him Rasengan. It's noticeable, but technically anybody who has seen the jutsu can learn it if they understand how it works, and because you are known to know it, nobody will question it. He should be here soon, so dismissed. Dog and Weasel flash out of the room to meet Naruto at the entrance. Is this the place? Damn, and I thought I had pranked every Anbu hideout. Dog steps out of the shadows. You did. This one is new. Hee, honestly, I'm a big fan of those pranks. How you do them wearing neon orange is beyond me. Naruto shrugs. When your life is on the line, it doesn't matter what you wear. You learn to be invisible. Besides, it's all the villagers will let me buy. They don't sell me anything else and destroy anything I find. Thanks, by the way, for saving me. Dog nods. Come. First we need to get you registered and outfitted, then we get your mask. 1 hour later, Naruto is wearing standard Anbu gear minus a mask or sword. Small. You haven't been eating well, have you? Naruto shrugs. I eat okay. When I can eat, that is. Pretty much all I can afford is ramen though. Much as I like it, I am beginning to get tired of it. Never thought that would happen. Weasel chuckles. Well, you don't need to worry about all that now. New living space and supplies will be provided until you can support yourself and make full Anbu. Once that happens, we have access to certain stores which will not discriminate, so that won't be a problem. I will warn you now though. We have orders to give you the harshest training we can think of. We will break you, fix you, then break you some more. If you can't take it, then you will be thrown out to the academy. Are you certain this is what you want? Dog hands him a blank Anbu mask. Naruto nods and takes the mask. Then channel chakra into the mask to reveal your animal. Naruto does so. And the mask changes into a kitsune the same color as his hair, blood red. Kakashi chuckles. Ironic. Fox. Crafty, loyal, and when provoked vicious. And the color. Same as your mother's hair. Your hair too now, I guess. Naruto nods and puts on his mask. Come. Time to meet your other teachers and your fellow student Red Fox. 2 years later, near the border between Fire Country and Wave. Dog-sensei. Why has the Hokage sent us out here? You never did tell us the specifics of the mission. Dog looks at Cat and nods. As you know, Weasel was given a mission last week to kill his clan. As far as the village knows, he is a murderer and missing nin, as this mission was a black op. However, over the past 2 years he has taught you all he could in Kenjutsu, but Naruto has yet to find a sword which fits him. The Hokage believes that the answer may lie in the ruins of Uzushigakure. Cat starts at this. The village hidden in the eddies. But that would mean, Cat looks at her quiet fellow student. You say too much, Dog. Any more and she might as well know my name too. Dog shakes his head. Just because our names and faces are forbidden to be known outside Anbu doesn't mean you can't share with each other. Naruto frowns behind the mask. I know who my parents were, and that's enough for me. As far as I am concerned, Red Fox is the only name I need until I must take off this mask. I entered the shadows to do what I would never be allowed to do in the light. That is all she needs to know. Dog sighs in disappointment. Very well. Rest up, you two. We head out again soon. Hi. A few hours later in Uzu. So, the Hokage was right. The whirlpools around Uzu are seal-based and tied to your lineage. The Red Fox nods while they walk towards the only building left standing. He said something about that, but because of my condition he doesn't want me learning sealing beyond the basics until I make full Anbu. Now let's see if he was right about everything else. The red head swipes blood across a seal on a large stone door, unlocking it. The door swings inwards slowly while releasing 50 years of stale air and dust. So more than a simple blood seal then. More like a preservation seal. Cat follows curiously while Dog shakes his head. Condition or not, you have a talent for seals and it's going to waste. Still, based on your progress, I doubt you have long till you make full Anbu, even if you aren't quite up to what you agreed on yet. Naruto stands at the entrance to a small vault. Like I said, 5 years will be more than enough to reach that and more. He looks around slowly. I'm surprised. Such a small vault in such a large room. Like whatever they put in here was worth protecting against the lives of the whole village. There's a tingling in my hand, like something is calling to me. Dog nods. Open it then. Let's see what we find. Naruto does as ordered and opens the door to find 3 scrolls and a katana in a blood-red sheath. The hilt is decorated with a silver fox in mid-roar. I am flattered. They even got the nose right. Hey, somehow I'm not surprised that they have some kind of link to you. Naruto examines the scrolls. One is red and has the Uzumaki crest on it. One is black tied with a white ribbon and sealed with a blood seal. And the third is a large scroll with a depiction of a dragon on it. Dog looks at it with curiosity. A summoning contract. For dragons, if the artwork is any indication, I didn't even know if they were real, let alone that they had a contract. If I was you, I would wait until you are stronger before you sign it and not anywhere near a populated area. Naruto nods, but Cat asks why. Because dragons were said to be large fearsome creatures almost as strong as a tailed beast. Every summon clan boss tests its summoner in a way unique to the clan to find out if they are worthy. With a clan like dragons, that is likely to be destructive and difficult. Dog nods. Well, we got what we came for. Time to return to Konoha. Chapter 2 Shifter. Thanks. Glad you like it. Still a work in progress, but it's coming along. Agnar. Sorry if it's confusing. Still working on that sort of things. Lol, just wait till I start posting the lemons. I didn't do nearly as well in my opinion. That said, ha is mean to be a replacement for asterisk sigh, and HM is meant to be a quiet chuckle, as you often hear from the third Hokage in the series. Though I admit I spread that one around a bit too much to other characters. I'll keep an eye out for that habit. Speaking of lemons, don't bother waiting. Unless somebody reports me or something, there will be one in this chapter. I do not own Naruto. I am ashamed of this fact. Enjoy and review. Chapter 2. 1 year later, Naruto now stands 5'9", a respectable height for a 13-year-old. After 3 years training, he has built his body from a scrawny stick to something a runner or UFC champion would be proud of. Just enough muscle to make the ladies drool without looking like a bodybuilder or slowing him down. Even better, he finally got his Anbu brand. He's also close to completing his arrangement with the Hokage, if his sensei is any judge. He's only sad Weasel could not be here to see it. He owed him a lot. Still, before leaving, he asked him to look after his brother. Naruto is worried about what Sasuke has been like since his brother betrayed his clan. What was Itachi thinking? Using that jutsu on a 10-year-old kid? Might as well have just killed him for all the good it would have done his mind. Hatred and revenge has always been the way of the Uchiha. Even before Madara. Even with the Mangekyo, I could respect Itachi, but this brat. You may have to kill him someday if he continues down this path. Are you really ready to do that? Itachi did what he did for Konoha. If Sasuke betrays the village, I will do what I am ordered to do. If that leads to his death, then so be it. Naruto turns to walk down the street, heading to his private hideaway. A place near the Forest of Death he found a few months beforehand that gave him some privacy, quiet, and a nice place to bathe or swim in peace. But when he was nearly there, he felt a pair of feminine hands wrap around his chest rather seductively. He knew she was there, of course, but he was curious as to her intentions. Hey there, handsome. What's an Anbu like you doing all the way out here? Naruto cocks his head. Anko Midarashi. Cat told me of you. She didn't do you justice. Anko smirks. Oh, and what did she say about me? That you are an outcast. Hated for something not your fault. Yet you continue to be loyal to the village even after all they have said and done to you. Naruto shakes his head. I can relate. Anko looks at the Anbu curiously. Now, he can relate? Who are you? What else did she say about me? Naruto smiles behind his mask. Beautiful, intelligent, a little sadistic, and a true friend. Like I said, she didn't do you justice. Anko blushes a little at the compliment. And what are you doing out here? I'm pretty much the only one who even comes near the Forest of Death except during the Chunin exams. Naruto nods. A few months ago, I found a nice spot out here to relax. I was headed there. Naruto looks back at Anko and considers a moment before deciding. I trust Cat's judgment. I won't object if you wish to join me. Anko is taken aback at his offer. Everything she has heard of this Anbu says he is secretive and does not take kindly to intrusion. But he offers her his company in his secret relaxation place. She could not deny she is curious about him. Sure, I could use some relaxation. After a few minutes walking through the brush and woods, they arrive at a small clearing with a waterfall and a pool. All in all, a beautiful glade. Anko is stunned. I thought I had explored the whole of the woods on this side of the village. Never knew about this though. Naruto nods. I was training near here when I exhausted myself and fell in the stream. Woke up when I went over the falls there but didn't stay conscious long. Was 2 days before I woke up and found my way home again. Anko looks at the falls and notices it's almost as high as the Hokage Tower. How did you even survive that drop? Naruto shrugs, then takes off his shirt and mask. This catches Anko's attention until she notices he has a half mask under his Anbu mask like Kakashi's. As he moves to enter the water, she notices the scars on his body and gasps. It can't be. I thought he was dead. Naruto? Naruto looks at Anko before looking away in sadness. I haven't heard that name in 3 years. Naruto removes the face mask before looking back at Anko. How did you figure it out? Not even Cat knows who I am. In fact, only a select few do. Anko nods hesitantly. As a kid I'd seen you around the village. I asked the Hokage about you once and he told me about you. I was actually heading to ask if you wanted to be friends that night when I saw a boy in the arms of an Anbu. The hair wasn't what I remembered but I knew it was you. Nobody saw you after that and most thought you died. Naruto sits on the edge of the water and looks down at his reflection. In a way I did. I doubt the Hokage told you why I was hated. But because of it I was determined to become the best ninja I could be so I could win the respect of the villagers. That meant the academy. But the very day before I was to enter the mob found me again. This time they tried harder than usual to kill me. Luckily, they failed though it was just barely. I lost hope that I would ever win their respect after that. I would have left the village but, somebody dear to me had the hope I would grow to be a hero of this village. To protect it. I decided if I could not do it in the light then I would do it from the shadows. Only the Hokage, my senseis, and the Anbu commander are aware of who I am and my status. Well, until now. Anko sits beside him. Well, I won't tell anybody. Not even Cat if you don't want me to. She's a good friend but everybody has their secrets. And their demons. Naruto smiles and looks at Anko causing her to blush. I appreciate that. And maybe someday I will tell you about mine. Anko smiles and they sit in companionable silence for a few minutes before she asks. Would you like to go out sometime? I mean only if you want to. Naruto blushes as he looks at Anko shocked. Well, I would love to but, won't the mask make that kind of thing a little difficult? Anko shakes her head. It's a little different sure but well could you maybe just wear the face mask? I like looking into your eyes. She does so and they both blush. Well, I've been avoiding taking off my Anbu mask around anybody but, well I suppose it couldn't hurt. He shrugs. Not as if the villagers will recognize me as long as I wear the face mask. Sure. Maybe next week. Anko nods with a smile and they go back to their silence for a while before Anko asks. Naruto grins. You know you aren't anything like I expected. I almost thought you would be a major flirt and there would be no chance of a shy blushing beauty under that sadistic facade. Anko smiles. We all have our masks. She then looks around with a content smile. This place is like a dream. Would you mind if I brought my friends Hana and Kurenai here? Naruto thinks a moment before answering. Kurenai, Yuhi and Hana in Izuka, right? Anko nods. That's fine. They're Cat's friends too. Just don't let this place become common knowledge. Oh, and make sure Hana is careful. You know how nosy and how much of a big mouth her brother is. Anko cocks her head. No I didn't but I do now. I'll make sure they're careful. Wow, you seem to know a lot about us all. Anko gets a playful smirk. Been stalking us, have you? Naruto smiles and shakes his head. Everybody knows the Ice Queens of Konoha. As for Kiba he would have been in my class at the academy. Well after I failed the Genin exams a couple times anyway. I thought it wise to learn of all the clan heirs and what would have been my classmates had things turned out different. Anko frowns. What do you mean? Naruto looks her in the eye before turning back to the water. Since I entered Anbu the Hokage has had an Anbu on a long-term investigation into corruption. He found out somebody on the council was manipulating the academy to give the civilian kids a better chance at becoming ninja. Of course, it's all about power and money so their kids can get closer to prominent clans and possibly marry into them. Naturally if I had entered the academy, They would have done all they could to sabotage me. They wouldn't need to do much. Change a couple test scores, give me false information. A genjutsu on a test. In the end it would fall to a single jutsu that is impossible for me. Clones. A requirement to graduate. Why can't Yo do clones? Naruto shrugs. Too much chakra. Anko is confused. You're only what, 13? How could you have so much chakra that you can't use control exercises to do something as simple as a clone? Naruto frowns and looks away. Should I tell her? She's seen your face and listened to you with nothing but understanding. I say trust her, but it's up to you. Naruto nods. Well, for starters, my last name is Uzumaki. As in the clan. We always had dense chakra. That would make it difficult enough, but on the day of my birth was the same day the Kyuubi attacked. The fourth could not kill it, so he sealed it within a newborn baby. I am the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. Anko freezes in shock and looks at Naruto before she smiles in understanding. So, when you said you could relate, that's what you meant. Wow. Seems you were talking literally about having demons. Anko then frowns as she realizes that's why the villagers treated him the way they did. The damn fools. A kunai is not the scroll it is sealed in. Naruto looks at Anko in shock. Why, you're not afraid of me? Why, you don't hate me? Anko smirks. Hell no, the fox doesn't matter, cause you are Naruto, not the Kyuubi. Besides, I said I would go out with you. Can't hate or fear my date, now can I? Naruto grins his foxy smile. Anko blushes and drools. I wonder if having all that chakra is going to give you a boost in the bedroom. Naruto suddenly flies backwards in a massive nosebleed, causing Anko to roll around on the ground laughing. A few months later, Naruto and Anko had been going out in secret the past few months, and they were both quite happy with each other, although Kurenai and Hana were always asking about her mysterious boyfriend. So Anko, when do we get to meet this mysterious boyfriend of yours? Kurenai giggles. Not to mention thank him for leading us to that little hideaway. I feel so relaxed since I stopped having to worry about perverts. Anko sweat drops. Come on girls. He'll meet you when he's ready. He's not had the best life and he's kinda not a people person because of it. Hana nods as she enjoys a dango stick. Yeah, Yugo said he's her Anbu partner, but she's never seen more than his hair and eyes. Nobody knows much about him except that he's a really good Anbu. Kurenai frowns. Wait, you aren't talking about this red fox person that's been making a name for himself, are you? Hana nods. Wow. Only a few of his missions are public record, but his completion rate is impressive. 6 months, 82 missions between high C and low rank, and not a single failed mission. Anko grins. I won't tell you much about him, but I will say this. He's a couple years younger than us. Hana spits her green tea. What? Kurenai raises an eyebrow. I thought he would be older. Anbu at that age is impressive enough, but a record like his as well? Seems like you landed yourself quite the catch, Anko. I'm a little jealous. Anko smirks. You say that like I wouldn't be willing to share. This time it's Kurenai who spits her tea, causing Anko to cackle. Why, you're not serious, are you? Anko smirks. Well, he isn't a pervert, so he wouldn't ask, but I wouldn't have a problem with it. Besides, if you knew him. Kurenai and Hana share a look and smile at Anko, knowing it's true love. Well, we'll see what happens when we meet him. Hana grins before asking again. So, when are we going to meet him? Kurenai giggles and Anko groans. 5 years after entering Anbu. Dog, you may remove your mask. You're being reassigned to regular duty. The Anbu removed his mask to reveal a face mask and his headband over his left eye. Gray gravity-defying hair and bored look on what little of his face you can see. This is Kakashi Hitaki. So, it's time to discuss whether Red Fox made good on his promise. How would you rate his skills? Kakashi Eye smiles. His stealth has always been impressive. His ninjutsu would give me a run for my money. Taijutsu, or at least mid to high chunin. Kenjutsu low junin. No genjutsu skills, though his ability to break them is more than acceptable for Anbu. I don't know about his progress with his special skills, but everybody needs an ace, I guess. All in all, a couple more years and he won't have a rival in Anbu. The Hokage smiles and nods. Good. And his mental health? Improving, if you can believe that. The past 2 years seems to have lifted some of the anger and sadness from him. Though he still doesn't let his identity slip to his fellow Anbu. I've seen him around the village in his face mask. Hiruzen strokes his chin in thought. Any idea what brought him out of his funk? Kakashi eyes smiles again. He got himself a girlfriend. Oh? Anybody I would know? Anko. Hiruzen chuckles. I would worry about that, but I did wonder why complaints about her have dropped so drastically over the past 2 years. Seems they've done each other good. I do wonder how they met though. Kakashi shrugs. He wouldn't say. Not my business anyway. Whatever works for him I say. So, what's my next assignment? Hiruzen lights his pipe. In 2 years Sasuke Uchiha will graduate the academy. The council wants you to be his sensei. Once his Sharingan awakens you are to focus on training him in that. Until then just regular Junin duty. Kakashi frowns behind his mask. I don't like that idea, Lord Third. It shows favoritism and that's not how I was taught. Besides, Itachi asked Naruto to keep an eye on Sasuke and Naruto thinks he is a flight risk. I think he should be watched. Hiruzen raises an eyebrow. What makes him think this? Kakashi shakes his head. It would probably come better from him. He's a better judge of character than I am. Hiruzen nods. Well, your orders stand until further notice. Send in Red Fox as you leave. Dismissed. Kakashi bows and leaves the room, sending Naruto in behind him. You called for me, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen's eyes sadden. As much as the respect pleases me, I do miss when you used to call me old man. Naruto shrugs. I had to break a lot of habits to ensure nobody would recognize me. Besides, that child died that day 5 years ago. I am what I am now. Hiruzen nods. Kakashi tells me you more than fulfilled your promise. Do you intend to stay in Anbu? Naruto nods. A few more years at least. I feel like I haven't done enough yet. Like I'm not strong enough yet. Very well. Kakashi is being reassigned to regular duty. When Sasuke Uchiha graduates he is to be his sensei, but Kakashi tells me you believe he is a flight risk. Care to tell me why? Naruto explains about Itachi's jutsu and Sasuke's revenge. I see. I wasn't aware of the Tsukuyomi. Rest assured he will be watched. Naruto nods. I will also continue to watch him when I can. Itachi asked me after all and I still hate to break a promise. Hiruzen nods. You will be team captain. Kat will remain on. Do you have any suggestions for your other team members? Naruto shakes his head. Honestly, I work well with Kat, but we are fine on our own for the most part. If a mission comes up that requires more than just team us up temporarily with another team. She's been complaining lately that the missions have been less than challenging anyway. Naruto and Hiruzen chuckle. Alright then. By the way, how did you meet Anko? Kakashi told me about her. Naruto tilts his head. She's a friend of Kat and she was curious about me. I had no problem with trusting her a little because of that. Didn't expect her to guess my identity from the scars though. Does she know about your parents or your tenant? Not my parents, but I told her about Kurama. She's been very understanding. Her friends have been bugging her to meet me. Do you trust them? Naruto nods. They're also Kat's friends and she does. Kurenai and Hana. Besides it's starting to irritate Anko. Hiruzen nods with a smile. I do wish Anbu wasn't your calling, but it seems to be perfect for you. You have my leave to reveal your identity to them, but be careful. Naruto nods and smiles behind the mask. Is there anything else, Lord Hokage? Hiruzen shakes his head. Take a couple days off. Even you need a break every now and then. Naruto nods and body fickers away to his relaxation spot to meet Anko. When he arrives, he discovers she is not alone but with her friends. Hello, Heim. Anko grins. Boy toy. So, did he give you the okay? Naruto nods. Hana, Yugo and Kurenai are all paying attention by now. Kurenai notices the mask and smiles. Hey Anko, is this the guy you told us about? What's going on? Anko told me you were getting a little too curious about me. I trust my partner and I trust Anko, so I am going to try to trust you. The Hokage gave me the okay to let you in on a few secrets. So, first of all, Naruto slowly removes the mask and pulls down the face mask underneath and looks directly at them all. I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. It's nice to meet you all. Naruto smirks at their shocked and blushing faces. Hana recovers just quick enough to speak. How? I thought you were dead. Naruto nods and sits by the water like he did with Anko and explains everything to them from his parentage to his induction into Anbu and his reasons why. After the explanation, Yugo smiles. So that's why you kept your identity even from me. You couldn't let word get out about you or the council would start making demands. Naruto nods with a small smile. You're all taking this far better than I expected. Anko freaked out when she found out about me. But yeah, sorry for keeping it from you, Yugo. I just wanted as few people to know as possible until I could protect myself. Yugo waves him off. Nah, I'd have done the same. Kurenai tilts her head. How did Anko figure out your identity? Naruto smiles. She saw me around as a kid and asked the Hokage about me. That night 5 years ago she was on her way to meet me for the first time but found me bleeding in Kakashi's arms. Assumed I was dead like everybody else. But Naruto stands and takes off his armor and shirt to show them the scars. Yugo, Hana and Kurenai are shocked at the sight. Naruto sees their looks and smiles sadly. Yeah, the 9 tails can't heal everything. Who knew? Anyway, Anko saw the scars in my hair and connected the dots. Hana now nods and asks. Yeah, speaking of your hair, I thought you were a blonde? Anko answers for him. The trauma from the attack awakened a bloodline and changed some of his features. Naruto nods. My eyes are a darker shade than they used to be besides a dojutsu. My hair changed. He removes his gauntlets. Claws. Stronger sense of smell and hearing. I also seem to be more attuned to nature, though it's not quite a sage mode, it does enhance me a bit. To prove his point, he walks over to a boulder the same size as he is and lifts it with one hand. Yugo and Hana smirk and Hana elbows Anko in the ribs. So how is he in bed? Anko blushes and Naruto chuckles. We haven't had yet. Kurenai isn't sure she heard right. I'm sorry Anko, I think I missed that. Did you just say you hadn't had? You? Anko blushes and Naruto chuckles a little louder. We wanted to wait till things settled down a bit with me. Naruto grins and turns to Yugo. Hey, were you told? Yugo gives him a confused look. What? Kakashi's been transferred to regular duty. I've been promoted to captain and you and I will get to go on missions by ourselves unless another team needs help. You finally get that challenge you were looking for. Yugo grins and Anko squeals like a fangirl. Naruto, do you know what this means? You're now the youngest Anbu captain since Itachi. You're going to be famous. Naruto shrugs. Fame isn't my thing. Besides, it also means we get more time off between missions, and more time with each other. Naruto smiles, then is startled as Anko tackles him and presses her lips to his. As they break their kiss, Anko grins sadistically, making Naruto sweat. Oh, we're doing it tonight, and you better rock my world. Naruto chuckles before rubbing her cheek with his hand. Anything you want, my Heim. Ah, Naruto and Anko now take notice of their audience and sweat drop. Anko then grins again. Maybe they want to join us. Naruto whips his head to Anko so fast they all hear a painfully loud crack, making them all wince. Wait, what? Hana shakes her head before winking at Naruto. Maybe another time, handsome. I need to be heading home. Yugo and Kurenai smile and also excuse themselves. So Heim, what do you want to do for the rest of the day? Anko pouts in thought. I need to go back to work soon, but how about we take a quick nap right here together? Naruto smiles and pecks Anko on the cheek before lying back. Anko lays her head on his chest and closes her eyes with a content smile. Later that day, Naruto decided after Anko went back to work to spend the rest of the day at the hot springs. While relaxing with his mask on, he heard several teenage girls enter the spring. They didn't notice him at first, so he decided to ignore them and continue to relax, but it couldn't last. One of the girls was a Hyuga and noticed him there and told her 3 friends. Unfortunately, one of them was a certain pink-haired hothead and stomped over to him intending to bop him on the head. Perverted baka. Naruto grabbed her wrist before her fist could impact and raised his head to look her in the eye. If I was less understanding, you would be spending some time in a cell for attempting to assault an Anbu. Besides, I take offense at being called a pervert. Everybody is a pervert even if they deny that part of themselves. What differs is how we act on those thoughts. Naruto releases her wrist and she stumbles back. You can't be an Anbu, you're no older than us. Naruto showed her the brand on his right arm. Sakura Haruno. Daughter of Mebuki Haruno. Councilwoman on the Civilian Council. Age 13. Currently in your third year of the Ninja Academy. Naruto. Turns to the other three. Ino Yamanaka. Daughter of Inoichi Yamanaka of the Yamanaka clan. Member of the Torture and Interrogation Squad. Age 13. Currently in third year of the Ninja Academy. Hinata Hyuga. Daughter of Heishi Hyuga and clan heir. Age 12. Currently in third year at the Ninja Academy. Tenten Higurashi. Adopted daughter of Arashi Higurashi. Current owner and proprietor of Higurashi's Weapons and Apparel Shop. 15 years of age, recently graduated to rank Genin. Teammates are Rock Lee and Neji Hyuga under Maeda Gai. Known as the weapon mistress of Konoha. I have files on all of you and only Tenten and Hinata impress me at all. Naruto looks directly at her, making her blush. Learn some elemental ninjutsu and you might have a shot in Anbu someday. Hinata only needs confidence in herself. Naruto turns back to Sakura. As to my age, I am also 15. I entered Anbu instead of the academy. As you said, normally that's not allowed, but I was made an exception for. I won't say more. But if you were more observant as a ninja should be, you would have noticed the sign by the door which says Mixed Bathing Day. If it bothers you that much, though, I was just about to leave. Naruto stands up and they see the scars shocking them, and Sakura falls over in the water. Not a pretty sight, I know. If you are curious, it happened when I was 10 years old. People are cruel to the things they fear, and they fear what they don't understand. Just remember never to judge based on what you don't know or only on what you see. Look underneath the underneath. On his way out the door he pauses and tells them over his shoulder. Hinata. Kindness is a wonderful thing, but if you cannot close off your heart, you will only allow those you care for to be harmed. You must learn when kindness may be cruelty in disguise. And to Sakura and Ino. You two are jokes as a kunoichi. If you don't take your training seriously, you will only be dead weight. You will die, or worse. Worse than that, you will drag down your team. To depend on others is fine, but if you can't stand on your own, then you should quit being a ninja. Hinata, tell Kurenai I said hello. Naruto turns away without another word and walks out, leaving 4 stunned girls behind him. Ino blinks and closes her mouth. Wait, that mask. Daddy told me about him. Ino shivers. You got off luck. Forehead. Sakura nods without understanding, but Hinata and Tenten turn to Ino. What did your dad say about him? Anbu are a secretive bunch of ninjas. Only admitting the best of the best. They answer only to themselves and the Hokage. Dad said among them there is a young man with a red fox mask. He said he's as dangerous as they come and strict on the law. He's apparently mellowed out over the past couple years, but Dad said to keep on his good side no matter what. Most of his mission record is classified and nobody knows who he is, or at least nobody who's telling, but he's done more than any other Anbu over the past 5 years by far. Tenten blushes. Wonder if he's single. All 3 girls look at her like she's crazy. What? Did you see the abs on the guy? Now I want to see his face. Sakura shivers. I don't know about his face, but I saw his eyes through the mask. They scare me. Beautiful but deadly. Like a well-made kunai. The eyes of a killer. At this point the girls are joined by Kurenai and Yugo. Who are we talking about, girls? Ino looks at the new arrivals. The Red Fox. We just met him. Hinata smiles at Kurenai. Ichi says hello, Kurenai. Sensei. Kurenai and Yugo share a smile. He scares you, I take it? 4 nods. Kurenai giggles. And I take it Sakura's comment means she saw his eyes at a time when he was less than pleased. Sakura nods. I've never seen such coldness. Kurenai shakes her head in disappointment. I see why he was displeased. Yugo nods with a frown, but the other 4 are confused until Kurenai explains. You said he had cold eyes. The eyes of a killer. Tell me what he said to you all? Tenten explains. Afterwards Kurenai and Yugo smile. You should be honored, Tenten. He doesn't give praise often. As for the rest of you, he gave you the answers to your questions. Specifically, Hinata. Hinata twiddles her fingers nervously. Why, you mean what he said about being kind? How it's a good thing, but if you can't act because of it, then you will only hurt your team and yourself? Kurenai nods. As shinobi, there will be times when you must do despicable things. Hurt others, kill or even seduce a target to gain information. What you saw in his eyes was not the eyes of a killer but the eyes of a shinobi who knows of the darkness in our line of work even more so than we do as regular shinobi and is willing to do what is necessary to complete his missions. He gave you all good advice. Yugo nods. Thankfully, as regular shinobi, those missions will be much rarer for you, and until you are at least an experienced chunin it's unlikely you will have to take such missions. He may seem cold to you, but he was only looking out for you. Kurenai giggles. And sorry Tenten, but yeah, he's taken. Tenten blushes in embarrassment. Anyo, he's only Tenten's age, but H how strong is he? Yugo looks thoughtful. In Anbu there are no true ranks. You're either Anbu, captain or commander. True, normally you need to be high chunin or junin to join, but he's an exception. However, since I've known him, he's never shown his full strength, but I will tell you this. Most junin would have trouble with him. His kenjutsu is almost as good as mine and his taijutsu as good as Guy's, just not as fast. I don't think he'd appreciate me saying much more on that though. Ino tilts her head. What's it like working with him? Yugo smiles. It's hard to keep up with him sometimes, but he makes most missions too easy. That's going to change a bit now though. Our captain just transferred to regular service and he just made captain. Means we're going to be taking the same missions with just us two instead of a full squad unless a mission requires more. Kurenai looks up at the sky, realizing they had spent several hours talking. I think it's time we all head home. But I highly suggest each of you think long and hard about what he told you and how you are going to take that advice. After all, it's not just your lives on the line. Yugo and Kurenai leave them with their thoughts. Elemental ninjutsu, huh? Much as I want to be a weapons mistress, an ace in my sleeve would be a good idea. I need to talk to Guy-sensei. Maybe he was right. If I can't learn to be stronger, I will only hurt those on my team. I must learn to harden my heart. Hinata and Tenten, having found their resolve, leave the hot springs to go train. Ino and Sakura, though being used to being the smartest girls in class, have no idea how to take the advice. Later at night, Naruto turns up at Anko's place with dinner in hand and knocks on the door. The door opens and there stands Anko in a very wide corset and lingerie combo which completely shuts off his brain until she grabs him by the shirt with a grin and drags him inside and straight into the bedroom. Crashing onto the bed, he laughs. I'd say be careful for my first time, but I get the feeling that's not your style. Anko grins even wider. Good instincts. Lemon begins. Anko crawls onto the bed like a lioness in heat and begins to slowly strip Naruto. Unsure of what to do, Naruto just enjoys the fun until he sees a chance to return the favor. Remembering his anatomy classes, he begins to target Anko's erogenous zones one by one with chakra-infused touches. By the time he's fully undressed, Anko is already panting and lost to lust. Just as she is beginning to regain her senses, he flips her underneath him and rips open the corset and attacks her nipples, causing her first orgasm of the night. Ha ha ha, if this is your first time, I can't wait till you get some experience. Naruto chuckles. The best is yet to come. He begins to kiss his way down her stomach as he slowly lowers her panties and attacks the nub of her clit with his tongue and inserts a finger, causing her to once again orgasm. Tastes like dango. Fuck. Put it in already. Naruto pulls out a condom, but Anko stops him. No, it's my safe day and I did an anti-pregnancy jutsu before you came. I want our first time raw. I want to feel everything. Naruto smiles and puts the condom away as he kisses Anko passionately. I love you, Ankoheim. You are my most precious person, and as long as you are mine, I will always be yours. Anko wipes a tear and puts on the biggest smile of her life. I love you too. Naruto. Now fuck me, stupid. Naruto laughs as he slips his 8-inch monster into Anko's wet warm pussy, causing her to moan in pleasure as he hits the entrance to her womb. Be big. Sue. Good. Naruto speeds up and begins to massage her left breast as he sucks and licks her right. As they both lose themselves to the lust, Naruto bites down on Anko's shoulder and Anko has the best orgasm of her life, causing Naruto over the edge as he floods her womb with his seed. Neither notices a certain mark on Anko's shoulder shatter and replaced with a mark resembling a roaring blood-red fox. As soon as they are done, Naruto collapses on top of Anko, panting and content while still inside her. So, haha, did I rock your world? Anko giggles. Let me put it this way. Will you marry me? Naruto laughs. Couple more years in Anbu, then I transfer into regular service. According to the commander at that time I can access my full inheritance and I go public. Then I will absolutely marry you. Naruto looks deep into Anko's eyes. Honestly, I can't see myself with anybody else. To me you are perfect. Ya know when Kurenai used to say stuff about romance I never got the appeal, but the way you talk makes me feel good. Naruto smirks. Romantic, huh? I was going for corny, but I'll take it. Anko giggles and they continue making love for hours before sleeping the rest of the night. End of lemony goodness. Next morning Anko wakes to find herself alone in bed. About to panic, she finds a note on her bedside table and reads it. Anko, I'm gone to spend the morning training. Will meet you for lunch if you are available. Would have woken you but you seemed so happy I couldn't bring myself to disturb you. Last night was the best night of my life so far. I can only hope we can spend the rest of our lives feeling like this. Without you my life is darkness as you are my light. Yours forever, Naruto. Anko hugs the note to her chest as the sheds a tear in happiness. As she is performing her morning rituals, she notices something off on her shoulder where that damn snake put his mark and turns to look at it. What? It's gone. Oh, Kami, it's gone. Othankyu. Naruto. Gasp, I need to show Kurenai and the girls. Anko rushes to get dressed and runs out the door to go find her friends for some breakfast. An hour later all the girls gather at their favorite breakfast place at Anko's request to find Anko practically bouncing in joy. An odd sight to be certain. Kurenai and Yugo sweat drop while Hana giggles and asks, "So, how was he?" Anko giggles. "Beyond amazing. But that's not what I asked you guys here for. Something amazing has happened. My curse mark changed." Anko shows them her mark and they gasp in shock. How? You were told there was no known way to remove it. Anko grins and nods. No idea, but it's gone. I can feel it. That snake no longer has a hold on me. Better yet, I woke up alone this morning and was about to panic until I found this. Here, read. The girls read the note and collectively squeal at the romance. Ah. Kurenai smirks. Anko, if you don't marry him, can I? Anko giggle and shakes her head. No chance, I already made plans. Couple more years in Anbu and he can transfer and claim his inheritance. Then we can marry. I don't mind sharing, but he's my husband. More squealing and girly sounds. Little did any of the girls know our red-headed Anbu is nearby entering Higarashi's shop. He would have gone somewhere else, but he wasn't sure of any jewelry shops which might sell what he is looking for. As he is looking around the store, a teenage girl calls out to him. "Welcome to Higarashi's. How may I help you?" When he turns to her she pales and gasps. "Ah, Tenten." "Yes, I was wondering if you could take a look at something and give me your opinion." Tenten shakes her head and nods. Sure, what is it you need?" Naruto brings out a kunai made of an unusual metal he picked up some time ago on a mission. "I was wondering if you make custom jewelry and if you could make me a ring out of this kunai." Tenten takes the kunai and practically drools, causing him to sweat drop. "Ahem, Tenten?" She snaps out of it and almost drops it before recovering. Sorry about that. New weapons are a passion of mine. We do make custom jewelry, though it's not something we do often, and it isn't cheap. You know exactly what you want." Naruto hands her a design of a ring featuring a dragon entwined with a snake with a green diamond in the center with amethyst chips on either side. "Beautiful. And it doesn't escape my notice using a weapon of violence to make a symbol of love." Naruto nods and scratches the back of his head. "I found out recently I had a talent for romantic gestures. Who knew? So, can you make it?" Tenten nods and begins calculations for the price. "Should take a few days. Since you provided the metal, we can take that out of the calculations. This will set you back about 6,000 ryo. That okay?" Naruto nods and Tenten examines the kunai again. "After we're done with this I will put the leftovers in the reserve stack in case you ever have another order. Be ashamed to waste such good materials. Chakra conductive, and hard as any metal I've seen." Naruto nods and smiles behind the mask. "I had the same thought, but feel free to keep it. I managed to pick up a few more of those on that mission, so I got spares. After all, a ninja trains in all their responsibilities, and that requires good materials to work with. You have this shop, for example." Tenten grins at the prospect of using new materials to craft her weapons. See you at the end of the week. Have fun, Tenten, and train hard." Tenten nods. "I won't disappoint." In the shadows behind Tenten stands her father. Ah, he's the one you told me about, huh? I heard about him. Seems like a good man. Shame he seems taken. Tenten nods with a sad smile. Yeah, but I saw the scars and what I was told about him. I feel he has been through pain I can't imagine. It would take somebody truly special to heal him of that. Besides, he scares me a bit. Higurashi nods. Well, let's not keep the man waiting. Later that day, Naruto goes looking for Anko for lunch but is having trouble finding her at her usual places when a pair of feminine hands snakes their way around his waist, causing him to smile. Hello, Anko. I take it you are in a good mood? Better than ever. Remember when I told you that I was Orochimaru's apprentice and before he left, he marked me with his cursed seal? Naruto frowns but nods. Something wonderful has happened. A true miracle. Naruto turns to face her and when he does, she shows him the seal and gasps. How? You're welcome, kid. Kurama? You did this? Anko tilts her head. The fox. Naruto nods. He says it's a gift for the one who brings happiness where there was none. Hey, all this time and I still know so little about him. He said you will discover its gifts in time, but it will cause no harm to you. Anko grins and lifts the mask a couple inches to kiss him before replacing it. Tell him thanks for me. Naruto nods and holds his arm out. Lunch. Anko takes his arm and they spend the rest of the day together. The rest of the week was much the same for both of them and they couldn't be happier. Now it was finally time to pick up the ring and meet Anko and her friends at his hidden glade. So here he was at Higurashi's once more. Hello again, Tenten. Is my order ready? Oh hi. Yeah, here. I tell y'all this was so much fun to work on. Dad and I think it's one of our best works. Check it out. Tenten shows Naruto the ring and he smiles under his mask. Better than I imagined. Naruto notices a strange seal inside. What's this? Tenten grins. A seal to ensure it always fits perfectly and won't fall off unless she wants to remove it. Naruto smiles as he hands over the money. Thanks, Tenten. It's perfect. Hey, for a project like this come back anytime. Naruto nods and leaves the shop before flashing to the hidden glade. Sue, did he say why we are here? Anko shrugs. It's his last day off for a while so I guess it's important. Hana smiles as she senses Naruto coming. Looks like we're about to find out. Naruto flashes into the glade at this moment and walks over to Anko. Kurenai notices his body language seems a little off. Naruto, what's going on? Something wrong? Naruto shakes his head and takes off his mask before answering. I believe you've all been made aware of our plans, so I asked you all here today to make it official. Hana tilts her head in confusion before gasping in realization. You mean? Naruto nods. Yes, Hana, I do. Naruto goes down on his knee and pulls out a red box and hands it to Anko. As she opens it, he asks, Anko Haim, will you marry me? Anko puts on the ring and bursts into tears before she throws herself at Naruto and smashes their lips together. Hana giggles. I think that's a yes. Kurenai nods. Can you imagine the story this will make if it was put onto paper? Yugo smirks. A bestseller that would have every girl in tears. Anko pulls out of this kiss and yells to her friends. Only if the release is after the wedding and we get a percentage of the profits. Everybody laughs. Hope everybody enjoyed this and will enjoy the chapters I am also uploading on my other 2 active fics. Love that lemony goodness. Don't forget to review. See ya next time. Chapter 3 Agnar. Funny you mention Hiruzen resembling Yoda since in a way he does lol. Sorry about the paragraphs, man. I make the characters speak a lot so paragraphing that way would make them very small. That said, I try to make it obvious WHO is speaking with her by referring to them in the sentence before or after or simply via obvious personality quirks like Shikamaru calling everything a drag or troublesome. My only advice is to read a little slower. If I do notice I have done that, I try to edit it so it's more obvious, and sometime in the next few chapters I will go back and read my own work so I can find that sort of thing and fix. Enjoy the new chapter, buddy. I don't own Naruto. I own a page though, and my boss is screwing me over in a bad way. Please donate. You feel this deserves something. Chapter 3 2 years later, Naruto had grown to a full 6'5" over the past 2 years and had even grown more attractive. He had been training hard and doing as many missions as possible to rid the land of fire of as much corruption as possible before he settles down for his wedding. Oh, he was looking forward to that. If it was possible, his and Anko's love had only grown over their time together. Also, it seems some of the gifts of the mate mark, as Kurama called it, had begun to awaken. The first made it so that Naruto could always sense Anko's emotions and location. He could also share chakra with her when he could not with others. It also allowed Anko to create a dagger imbued with a portion of Kurama's chakra and power, making it a deadly weapon only she could wield. She called it Corroding Fang. Orochimaru was certainly surprised when she struck his face with it a month ago during the second part of the Chunin exams. He was more surprised to find his mark gone from her, but sadly he escaped. It wouldn't matter, as Naruto would be ready for him when he returns. That is what he was doing right now. He was working on imbuing an element into the Rasengan. It was going surprisingly well. The jutsu was complete, he just needed to work on his control of it. The jutsu was called Rasenkanon. The idea was simple. Rasengan with lightning element fired from the palm as it was formed, allowing it to reach its target before it destabilized and allowed him to rapid fire it. It was destructive if a little draining. But he would not consider it mastered until he could fire it 100 times easily. Either way, it was ready for combat. First target Orochimaru. He would pay for showing his face to his Hime after all he did. So, one more month and your stint in Anbu is up. You know, you broke just about every record we had. Naruto smiles as he completely obliterates another steel target. As much as I like it here, life is starting to look up for me in the village. Besides, I can think of only a few people who could beat me in a fight now. I have met all my goals here. Time for me to move on and leave my past where it belongs. Tenzo nods with a smile as he watches his best Anbu's latest masterpiece. Won't say I'll miss the repair bills from your training, but just remember. That brand is permanent. If you need help, Anbu will be there. Anbu is Anbu for life, and Anbu are brothers. Naruto removes his masks and faces his commander with a smile. Thanks, Tenzo. Tenzo smirks. Now grab your gear. The Hokage requested you for his personal guard during the final exam. It starts in a few minutes. Naruto nods and body flickers away. Konoha Stadium. Naruto appears behind his Hokage in the observation booth at the stadium. Ah, good, you are here, Red Fox. The Kazekage looks at the new arrival with interest. So, this is the infamous Red Fox. I must admit, I thought you would be a bit more impressive looking. Naruto looks at the man, knowing he is not who he seems. Looks can be deceiving, Lord Kazekage. The nail that sticks out gets hammered. True. Ah, it seems it is time for my son's match against the last Uchiha. The proctor looks to the Hokage because Sasuke has not yet arrived. Hiruzen is about to disqualify Sasuke when the Kazekage speaks. If I may. Many people came for just this fight. It might reflect badly on the village if you don't allow it to go through. Please, just 5 more minutes. The Hokage considers before turning to Naruto. What do you think? Naruto shakes his head. Disappointing. I myself was hoping to see this fight, but a ninja who is late for the battle gets his team killed. A Chunin is a leader of his squad and must be punctual. Sasuke forfeits these rights. To do otherwise would reflect poorly on the village, and to show favoritism reflects poorly on his sensei and his cage. Hiruzen smiles and nods. I agree, Sasuke forfeits. He gives the signal and the crowd erupts into boos and jeers. The Kazekage is displeased, but he planned for the possibility. It was only delaying a few minutes. 2 disappointing matches later came an interesting match between Shikamaru Nara and the Sand Kunoichi Tamari. What do you think, Red Fox? Naruto observes the match and considers. She's smart. She's worked out the range of his jutsu and is staying outside of it, but the problem is she only has wind jutsu. As powerful as she is against a Nara like him, she will lose. Of course, knowing the Nara and this one in particular, he will likely forfeit as soon as he traps her. The Kazekage looks at him with curiosity. Why do you say that? Shikamaru is known to be particularly lazy even by Nara standards. Besides, based on my observations of this generation, his chakra levels won't last long. By this point he has already come up with dozens of possible winning strategies, and with his mind can adapt at a moment's notice. She will be caught, and he will forfeit. 5 minutes later the match ends exactly as predicted. Seems you called it correctly. I must say I am at a loss as to whether I should be happy my daughter won or disappointed that she only won because her opponent's chakra ran out. Naruto shrugs. Why? Choose. Be happy she won and correct the mistakes that lead to this outcome later. The fake Kazekage smirks. I like this one Lord Hokage. He speaks sense. Hiruzen smiles. He's made me proud since he entered Anbu and even before that. Suddenly feathers start to fall from the sky and people start to fall asleep. The cage booth explodes and the cages and bodyguards move to a nearby rooftop as a barrier rises. The Kazekage frowns. You seem calmer than you should be. Naruto shakes his head. The smell of blood and snakes is hard to mask. Besides, you've become predictable, Orochimaru. Kukakuku, you are definitely going to be fun to play with. Orochimaru ditches his mask and begins a jutsu. Summoning. Impure World Resurrection. 3 coffins begin to rise from the ground with the numbers 1, 2 and 4 on them, but the third coffin will not open, angering Orochimaru. Naruto chuckles. You were never one to read all the details on a jutsu, were you? Always in too much of a rush. Orochimaru glares at the Anbu who is laughing at him, and the 2 resurrected Hokage are curious. What do you mean? Where is the 4th Hokage? Summoning. Impure World Resurrection. A jutsu which returns the souls of the dead from the impure world at the cost of a life of a vessel. The jutsu was never perfected and has many issues. First is that the power of the resurrected soul is limited to that of the vessel. Second is that it can only resurrect a soul from the impure world. Since the 4th Hokage used the Shikifujin, his soul is not in the impure world but in the belly of the Shinigami. The 2nd Hokage smiles. Quite a bright Anbu. You must be proud, lil monkey. Hiruzen chuckles. I am. Though I am sad we are reunited under these circumstances, Lord 2nd. The 1st Hokage grins. Tell me, young man, do you have a plan to end this infernal jutsu? Naruto nods and draws his sword. Recognize it, Lord 1st? Ha 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 ha, wonderful, then end this and show us what you can do. Naruto nods. Ready, old man. Hiruzen nods and summons Enma in his adamantine staff form. Today I fix my mistakes. Naruto growls. Just survive your mistakes and I'll be happy. Naruto summons 2 shadow clones and they all begin forming hand signs. Just the same as the 2 Hokages are also going through hand signs. Wood style. Great forest emergence water style. Bursting water wave fire style. Great flame dragon bullets wind style. Great breakthrough. Lightning style. Electromagnetic murder. Naruto's clones' jutsus and Hiruzen's merge into a massive electrified fireball which cancels out their opponent's jutsus. At this point the real Naruto flashes in front of the first 2 Hokages and cuts them both in half. The 2nd Hokage is confused. Why are we not reforming like we should? The 1st Hokage is laughing his ass off at Orochimaru. Brother, don't you recognize that sword? It's Mito's sealing sword. Your jutsu is based off of a seal, and so the sealing sword can cancel its effects. We won't die, but we won't regenerate until we are sealed and cut up like this. We are completely useless. Well done, my boy. Thank you, Lord 1st. Now, old man, I got a jutsu I want to try on Orochimaru, but I need a minute to recover some chakra for maximum effect. Can you keep him from escaping until I am ready? Hiruzen smirks. Just say the word, my boy. I might be getting old, but if you only need a minute, I should have no trouble. Naruto nods and assumes a lotus position to gather his chakra while Hiruzen is fighting an angry Orochimaru, and the Anbu outside the barrier are in awe of the fight so far. The 2nd Hokage is curious. Tell me, what is this jutsu that requires so much chakra? The 4th Hokage is famous for creating 2 jutsu which allowed him to kill 1000 Iwa ninja in seconds. The first is based off of one of your unfinished jutsu called Hiraishin. However, what is not known is the other jutsu was never finished. He intended it to have an element, but he died before he could finish it. The Rasengan is pure chakra shape manipulation and an A-rank jutsu on its own, but imagine adding fire to that. Or wind. Or in this case lightning. The 1st Hokage grins. Madara would have loved such a jutsu. Shape manipulation along with elemental manipulation at one time. That's almost a bloodline. It's beyond most ninja below cage level. This I can't wait to see. Naruto smirks behind the mask and stands. Orochimaru. You have made many mistakes, but your biggest? You tried to hurt my Anko. Now die? Lightning style. Rasengan. Naruto rapid fires many electrified spheres at Orochimaru, and once the first hits he suffers paralysis as the lightning courses and allows more and more to hit him, breaking down his body at a cellular level. Think the magic used to kill Morgana in The Sorcerer's Apprentice. By the time the jutsu ends, only a finger and the grass cutter sword is left, and Orochimaru cannot use his jutsu to regurgitate a new body. He is dead, and the sound 4 holding the barrier flee. The first and second Hokages whistle in appreciation. Impressive. Easily S rank if I am any judge. The second Hokage nods. Double S if he can get the fire rate faster and up the amount of times he can use it. Naruto chuckles. Only sorry Dad couldn't see it finally complete. And Anko approaches. Lord first. Lord second. The sealing core will be here momentarily to seal you away and end the jutsu holding your souls here. We apologize for disturbing your rest. They would be here already, but they had to deal with the Sans Jinchuriki first. The first Hokage chuckles. It's no problem. I'm just glad the leaf is so well protected. The second Hokage smiles and nods as they both start to fade away, shocking the Anbu present. What's happening? Did the jutsu end on its own? Naruto nods. One of the other weakness of the jutsu. If the soul held in this plane finds resolution to a large enough weight on its conscience, then the jutsu will fail to bind the soul to the body and the jutsu is broken. As the second fades, he smirks. A bright star in the darkness to light the way to prosperity. Live well, boy. I want to hear all about your life when you join us in the afterlife. Naruto nods as the Hokage finish fading. Hiruzen sits beside Naruto as he creates some shadow clones to go out and help mop up the enemies in the village. That jutsu could have wiped out every atom of his being from this world. Why leave a finger? Naruto shrugs. Can't claim a bounty without proof, and with what Anko said of his regeneration jutsu, I didn't want to risk less than that. Hiruzen nods as he lights his pipe. What do you want to do with the sword? By right it is yours. Naruto smirks. Mess with the council. Hiruzen raises an eyebrow. How? So, he doubles over laughing. No doubt by now word has reached them of these events and they will want to give it to the little Uchiha. Garner more favor from him. Hold the carrot and hit them with the stick when they try to bite. Hiruzen chuckles. You intend to see what they do, and then when they try to claim it for the Uchiha, you will take their candy and make them cry. Minato would be rolling on the ground laughing. No doubt you are Kushina's son. Hee, to add insult to injury, I intend to give it to Anko. Honestly, she has as much claim as I do. Inheritance by combat or by succession. Either way it will piss them off to no end and make it all the sweeter when I come out of the shadows and they realize just who they've been fucking with. Next day. The sword should go to Sasuke. So should the bounty for Orochimaru's death. He will need money when he begins to rebuild his clan. The entire civilian council is salivating at all the money and power they can get from this nameless Anbu, as the shinobi side is scowling and Sume is actually growling. I am sorry, councilman. But the Uchiha has no claim to either the sword or the bounty. What do you mean? Both belong to Konoha. Surely. As such they can be given to Sasuke by our choice. Naruto shakes his head. I am afraid you misunderstand, councilman. The village also has no claim to the sword or the bounty. Bounties on criminals are handed out to the person who is credited to the kill as long as proof is given of the demise of said criminal. Besides the fact I am credited with the kill, the DNA may not be enough proof to even claim the bounty. Besides that, spoils of battle are likewise appropriated. I own the sword. Or in the event I don't want it, then Anko Mitarashi may claim it by right of succession. The shinobi council is smirking and chuckling at the smart moves of this Anbu they have heard so much about. Fey, that snake whore does not deserve such a treasure. Naruto directs a focused blast of killing intent at the foolish councilman and growls in a low voice, causing even Sume into silence. Councilman, I have tried to remain respectful to you even though I have no respect for you. I would appreciate it if you didn't call my fiancé that anymore. The entire council is shocked. I am sorry, did you just call one of the ice queens of Konoha your fiancé? Naruto nods. Lord Hokage. I planned for this to happen next month, but permission to transfer to regular forces at the rank of Junin effective immediately. The council is completely focused on the Anbu standing before them. Hiruzen smirks at the thought of what is about to happen. Granted. Red Fox, you are free to step out of the shadows and bask in the light once more. Remove your mask and reveal yourself. Naruto takes off his mask and pulls down the face mask underneath and looks around the council. The Shinobi Council is shocked at his identity. Many having known his parents, they could never forget his face, but the civilian council is just confused. I see you don't remember me. Well, it has been nearly 8 years since you tried to kill me last. The civilian council is in an uproar until Danzo silences them. What do you mean? Naruto smirks. Maybe this will jog your memory. Naruto takes off his sword and his armor. He then takes off his shirt and steps forward, shocking every member of the council at the gruesome scars on his stomach and chest. Dawning and fear alight in the council's eyes, along with shame and sadness in the shinobi side. Naruto does not miss this. I see you remember me now. Yes, my name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Cries of demon and liar come from all but a single civilian council member. How dare you claim kinship with the fourth Hokage? Demon. Naruto forms a Rasengan and plunges it into the chest of the councilman who just spoke. Lord Hokage, please call the Anbu to arrest this beast. The Hokage frowns at the council. I see no beast. I see a loyal ninja who just punished a criminal for violating the law. In fact, he is well within his rights to kill all of you. However, since you wish me to call the Anbu, I will. Anbu take the remainder of the civilian council to Ibiki and Anko, and when they've had their fun, throw them in cells for the rest of their lives. The Anbu flood the room, intending to do just that until Naruto speaks. Wait. Mebuki Haruno did not break the law. She remains innocent. The Anbu nod to Air Brother and leaves her alone. Mebuki nods her thanks before speaking. Before we continue, may I make a request? Naruto nods. My daughter Sakura. You gave her some advice, but she has been at a loss as to how to improve, and she is quite depressed at her lack of skills and fears she may lead her team to death. Can you help her? Naruto closes his eyes in thought. I don't know her capabilities, but I will find her sometime and see what I can do. I make no promises though. I am glad she took my words to heart. Mebuki nods. Inoichi smiles. Would you please extend the same courtesy to my daughter Ino? She is in the same dilemma. Naruto nods. Heishi gives a rare smile. It seems I have you to thank for my daughter Hinata's growth over the past year. She is still too kind and timid, but she has made much progress in judging when to close off those emotions as a ninja should. This has bought me a few years to find a suitor for one of my daughters, so I don't have to condemn either to the branch house. Naruto nods. I am glad. I saw potential in her, but as you say, she has problems with judgment. Sume grins, knowing what her daughter told her of Naruto. Do you intend to enact the CRA? My daughter would be very interested, I am sure. Naruto smiles and shakes his head. If Hana is interested, then speak to Anko. I will leave the decision up to her. As much as I care for Hana, Anko is enough for me, and I am not greedy. Mebuki frowns, thinking back on the meeting. What did you mean about the DNA possibly not being enough to claim the bounty? Naruto chuckles. I was wondering if somebody would ask. Orochimaru was obsessed with jutsu and immortality. As such, he performed numerous experiments on himself. There is no way of knowing if the DNA in the finger will match 100% with what we have on file. If Lady Tsunade were here, I would say the chances would be better, but that's a little difficult. Hiruzen chuckles. I would actually like to speak to you about that, Naruto. I would like you to journey with Jiraiya to find her and bring her back to the Leaf. I am getting old and I need to pass on the hat. She is the best candidate by far. Naruto nods. I will leave in a few days. It would be nice to have my godmother at my wedding. I am certain she will be surprised to see me alive if I am correct. Shuza raises an eyebrow. What do you mean? Naruto looks him in the eye. Jiraiya has always been rather irresponsible, and with his duties as spymaster I can understand his absence from my life, even though the extent is unforgivable. Tsunade, however, was a good friend of my mother and was always the responsible one. No doubt she was on her way back to Konoha to meet me when she received news of the deaths of the fourth and my mother. Either she assumed that I was dead with them, or more likely she was led to believe such so that she would not interfere with my upbringing. Shikaku nods. That would make sense. Either so that the civilian council could kill you easier, or so that somebody else could manipulate you easier. However, those plans were derailed when you went into Anbu. Naruto nods. If there is nothing else, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen nods. Naruto heads out, but before he leaves, he pauses and calls back. Inoichi. Mebuki. I will spend a few hours at Training Ground 43 tomorrow. If your daughters wish my help, they can find me there in the morning. So, you know I rise early, and I am not patient. They nod and Naruto leaves the room. The elders frown. Hiruzen, are you certain it is wise to trust him? After what this village did to him, why would he stay? Hiruzen smiles. You mean besides marrying the woman he loves? He once told me his father's last wish was for him to be a hero, but the village saw him as a demon. If I cannot be a hero in the light, then let me step into shadows. If I cannot be a hero, let me help this village as a demon. Within the shadows I will serve the light. Maybe then I will fulfill my father's last wish. Danzo nods. Admirable. And I can tell he has fulfilled that wish. I would prefer him as a weapon, but I cannot deny his loyalty. After all, as an Anbu he has had plenty of opportunity to leave and cover his tracks. Why step into the light only to leave it all behind? Hiruzen nods. Besides, if he did desire to leave, who could stop him? He defeated a resurrected first and second Hokage and then Orochimaru not 2 minutes after. I doubt I could perform such a feat without sacrificing my life, and he will only grow stronger. Meanwhile at the stadium, sorry, are we late? Kakashi and Sasuke have just arrived for his match only to find the stadium in ruins and the battle over. Sasuke is fuming and leaves. Kakashi to head out for answers. Nearby Naruto finds Anko helping with the cleanup. Hello Heim. I bring gifts. Anko looks at Naruto then trips in shock. You're not wearing your mask. Naruto shakes his head with a smile. Naruto tells her about Orochimaru, the council and his transfer. He then pulls out grass cutter and hands it to her. I am happy with my sword, so by right of succession it belongs to you. Anko smiles as she takes the sword then looks at Naruto. I have my corrosive fox fang. Maybe Yugo will get more use out of this. Naruto nods. Up to you. I have to leave in a few days to go find Tsunade and convince her to return to the leaf, and I will be busy tomorrow morning, but other than that I have nothing but time until I go. Time for you. Well, unless you want to play with your new pets in T and I. Anko grins. Let em wait and sweat a few days. I got some fun to have with my boy toy. Anko kisses Naruto and they are enjoying the moment until an angry Sasuke walks up and demands answers. What happened here? What about the exams? Naruto breaks the kiss and glares at Sasuke. I'll ignore the fact you just demanded answers from your superior. To answer your question in order. You were disqualified for being late to your match not once but twice. The Sound and Sand villages enacted an attempted invasion which was repelled. The exams are cancelled with only a few of the matches having taken place. I doubt more than one person will make Chunin this time, and it won't be you. At this point Sasuke is about to blow his top and attack Naruto until Kakashi appears behind him and grabs him. Sorry Naruto. I'll keep a closer eye on him. Naruto nods. He's headed down a dark path, Kakashi. I pray you can pound him back into the light before he does something stupid. Kakashi nods before taking Sasuke with him in a body flicker. You saw the look in his eye? Naruto nods. Itachi really fucked his mind. Not to mention we have no idea what kind of effect the mark will have on him now that Orochimaru is dead. It's not a matter of if anymore, but when he does something stupid. Anko nods. Naruto makes a small army of clones to help with the cleaning up and rebuilding while he and Anko spend the rest of the day relaxing and enjoying the company. With Kakashi was looking at Sasuke with disgust. Do you have a death wish? Sasuke simply crosses his arms like a petulant child and broods. You don't even know who it was you were about to attack, do you? I'm an Uchiha, I could have won. Fool. Uchiha or not, you are not even close to a match for an Anbu captain. He may only be 2 years older than you, but he's been trained by myself and Itachi. He could obliterate you in 2 seconds flat and not even leave a trace of your DNA on the face of this planet. I can't even beat him as he is now. Plus, he's a Junin. Not all of us are as lenient to insubordination as I am. Rank means nothing as far as how powerful you are, but command does. And he has a higher rank than you do. Next time you would be lucky if he just sends you to T and I. Sasuke snarls. The council would never allow that. The council has no authority over it, besides almost the whole civilian council was arrested today for breaking a rather dangerous law. Sasuke looks curious at this. Even Sakura's mother? Kakashi shakes his head. No, thankfully for her, Naruto vouched for her innocence. She won't help you any longer though if you get in trouble. Sasuke, you must understand you are no longer untouchable. You are going to have to act less like an Uchiha and more like a true shinobi. The Uchiha were great ninja, but they were far too arrogant, and it made them enemies. You need friends if you want the power to kill Itachi. You can't afford to be making enemies. Sasuke just walks off. Whatever. Kakashi looks after Sasuke's retreating form with shame. Dawn of the next day. Oh good. You both are punctual. Glad to know your sensei are not passing on their bad habits. Naruto looks at the two girls who are walking to him. They are confused. Your parents didn't tell you who I am or what this is about, did they? Sakura and Ino shake their heads, and I take it my voice isn't familiar at all? Ino squints in thought before going bug-eyed. Red Fox? Naruto grins his foxy smile. Bingo. As expected of a Yamanaka to have a faster memory, though I understand Sakura had the higher scores in the academy. Sakura frowns. Aren't Anbu forbidden to allow others to know their identities? Naruto nods. Yes. Besides squad mates within Anbu, the Hokage are those authorized by the Hokage. That is the case. For me until yesterday only Lord 3rd, Kakashi, Itachi Uchiha, the Anbu commander, Anko Mitarashi, Kurenai Yuhi, Yugao Izuki and Hana Inuzuka knew my identity. Up until a couple years ago you could have counted those last 3 out. Actually, they only knew the same day you all met me. Ino tilts her head. And the reason why we now know. Naruto smiles. It came time for me to step out of the shadows. I have transferred from Anbu duty to regular. I'm a Junin now, just like Kakashi. Naruto looks at Sakura. In case you were wondering why I know him so well, it's because he saved my life the night I got those scars, and then when I went into Anbu he and Itachi were my sensei. Sakura frowns. Not much of a sensei. Aside from Sasuke he doesn't teach us anything. Naruto nods. I was afraid of that. You can blame the civilian council for that. Unfortunately, he was ordered to focus on the Uchiha. Especially once he activated his Sharingan. Naruto shrugs. Well, the Hokage approved it for a number of reasons which may or may not come out later, but we can hope Sasuke's attitude improves. Thankfully the entire civilian council minus your mother were arrested yesterday for breaking an S-rank law. Normally that's punishable by death, but being on the council has some perks, I guess. Either way they're gone. Sakura frowns again. What law? And what's an S-rank law? Ino frowns because she knows the answer to that. An S-rank law is put in place when an S-rank secret is known to more than a few people. It's meant to keep that secret from spreading too far. Speak of the secret or allude too closely to it and it's death. Naruto nods and claps. Full marks for the clan heir. The law in question regards me directly, so I am the exception to it. Since I am comfortable with my situation now, I have no problem sharing said secret with you. Naturally your parents already know, so speaking to them about it is not a violation if you are careful. However, nobody else until the law is repealed. Am I understood? Ino and Sakura nod, both with faces full of curiosity. Good. Tell me, what do you know of the word Jinchuriki? Sakura, being the brainiac, answers. Means power of the human sacrifice. Naruto nods. That is the literal translation, yes. But do either of you know what the term means when applied to a ninja village? Ino and Sakura shake their heads. Naruto frowns. What do you know about Fuinjutsu? Ino frowns. I know it's a near-lost art and really hard to learn. Most don't learn any before reaching Chunin, and then it's usually not much more than being able to make and use storage scrolls. Naruto facepalms. You know, I was hoping without me attending the civilian council wouldn't bring down the academy standards to the point where essential skills were cut. Just another thing I need to speak to the Hokage about. Naruto goes through the next 30 minutes explaining what a Jinchuriki is, how it's made, and how they are treated in general by their own villages. The last explanation horrifies both girls, causing Sakura to toss her breakfast. Ino, still pale but suspecting something in all this, asks, "Why are you telling us this?" Naruto smiles sadly. Can you think of no reason? Ino looks at him, then down to his stomach before whispering. That's the reason for those scars, isn't it? The villagers did that to you because of what you hold. Ah, well done. That's right, Ino, I am a Jinchuriki. I wonder if you can figure out which one. I hold. Sakura recovers. It has to be the 9 tails. It's the only one the leaf has a history with. Naruto grins. Half points there, but yes, I hold the 9 tails. He prefers Kurama. Though. Ino raises an eyebrow. I shouldn't be surprised they have names, but I am. What did you mean by half marks though? Naruto nods. Well, for starters, the one-tailed raccoon dog named Shukaku was the beast which attacked during the invasion. His Jinchuriki is Gaara of the Sand. Also, the first Hokage with his Mokuton captured in. Divided up all the tailed beasts among the major villages long ago to maintain a balance of power among us. So Konoha does in fact have history with all 9 beasts. Sakura frowns. That wasn't taught in the academy. Naruto nods. Much history is almost lost because of the reforms the civilian council made to the academy to help along their children. Would it surprise you to know both of you would have been competing for the position of dead last in the academy 30 years ago? Wait, what? Naruto nods. Not only has the curriculum taken a downturn but also the physical requirements to pass the Genin test. You would have both done well in the academic and jutsu portions as you did in the academy, but you would have both failed the physical. That is why I am here. It seems you took my advice to heart but did not know how to use it. A mistake on my part, it seems. I should have taken social standing and personality into account when I gave it. Today I am going to run you both through some tests to find out exactly what you are capable of and how to improve your training. Let's start with diet. Last night I spent some time looking into both of you and found something disturbing. You are both starving. Yourselves. Ino shrugs. Well, yeah, we don't want to get fat. Naruto shakes his head. Ino, you are missing 2 points in your calculations. Metabolism and exertion. The more you train, the better your metabolism and the more fat you will burn. However, if you don't eat enough or eat right, your body burns only the muscle you put on from your training, making everything useless. Take me for example. I love ramen. However, if I ate nothing but ramen in your mind, I would probably get fat, but no, I would be 4 foot nothing and malnourished because I train myself to exhaustion and ramen provides very little nutritional content. After we are done here today, I want you both to go to the Akamichi and ask for dietary advice. Make no mistake, nobody knows how to build a perfect diet better than an Akamichi. Remember what I said about not judging by what you see. Akamichi are rotund because they must be for their clan jutsu. They burn a lot of fat a lot faster than we do when they use them, so they need excess. Sakura and Ino nod. Now, since I saw the record of your fight in the Chunin exams, I don't need to focus on that right now. We are going to focus on your chakra reserves and control, also, your specialties. Ino cocks her head. Specialties? Naruto nods. Take Kakashi for example. He specializes in ninjutsu. Meidagai in taijutsu. Kurenai in genjutsu. Tsunade in medical jutsu. There are also sub-specialties, such as long range, mid-range or short range. However, one thing they all have in common is they all have an ace. Kakashi has exceptional taijutsu and his Sharingan. Guy has the 8 gates. Kurenai double layers her genjutsu, making them harder to break, and also has some training in kenjutsu. Tsunade is known to be able to break a mountain with her fist. You two have no ace. Nothing to pull out to surprise your enemy when he backs you into a corner. That's another thing we will work on. Ino smiles. That's what you meant when you said Tenten should learn some elemental ninjutsu. Naruto nods and smiles. As you saw in the prelims, she lost to Temari because long and mid-range wind-style ninjutsu can counter most weapons. If she had a couple fire-style jutsu or long-ranged earth-style, Temari would have had a much harder time. Ino and Sakura nod and start to develop ideas. Now, before we can improve anything, I need to assess you. Let's start with tree climbing. You both have learned it. 2 nods. And how many times do you think you could walk slowly up and down an average land of fire tree? Ino smiles proudly. 15. Sakura grins. 20. 22 if I want to exhaust myself. Naruto frowns. I am guessing you haven't done any training on that since you learned it? The two shake their heads. As I thought. Your sensei are dropping the ball. After you learned it, the next step is to master it. You need to be able to do it 100 times without tiring in the least and without even thinking. This will build your reserves and your control at the same time. Work on that. When you master it, then ask your sensei to start you on water walking. Look up information on chakra control and other related subjects in the shinobi section at the library or ask an available junin. That's something often overlooked. It's frowned upon to take on another junin's student, but when asked for help it's encouraged to give it. Ino and Sakura are really paying attention. Next is accuracy. Naruto stands and pulls out 5 kunai and 5 shuriken targeting 5 trees he carved targets on earlier. He tosses the kunai off course before he hits them with shuriken and all 10 hit their targets. Ino and Sakura are visibly impressed. If you think that's impressive, then you are going to be disappointed. Itachi could do that at age 5 before he unlocked his Sharingan. That's standard in Anbu. I don't expect this of you, but I do want to see exactly how many targets you can hit as fast as you can. Now go. Sakura and Ino took their time and both hit 5 targets in under a minute. Naruto nodded. Could be worse. I expected worse. You both improved a little since the academy. I want you to spend an hour each day practicing. Practice not till you get it right, but until you never get it wrong. Understand? Sakura and Ino smile and nod. Now I want you both to list every jutsu you know to this point. Ino first. Mind transfer jutsu, and the academy 3. Just the academy 3 for me and a low-level genjutsu I picked up. Naruto nods. Ino, I want you to learn more of your clan's jutsu. After you master your chakra control exercises, come find me and I will start you on elemental jutsu and maybe find you a teacher for a specialty. Sakura, I want you to seek out kuranai and see how far you can go with genjutsu. Also keep refining your control and boosting your reserves. Try to be inventive in both areas. Ino and Sakura nod. Good. Now I am going to go get lunch for all of us. While I am gone, I want you both to run around this field as many times as you can as fast as you can. If you must stop, do so, but once you recover, continue and keep count of your laps. Hi. Naruto smiles and leaves to his apartment to cook up their lunch. He decides on a simple healthy bento to help them build some muscle. When he comes back an hour later, both Sakura and Ino are on the ground panting. Smiling, he walks over to them and hands them their lunch. The both eat rather happily, noting how good it tastes. I'm glad to see you both taking this so seriously. You're doing well. How many laps did you do? Ino swallows. 25, Sakura frowns. 22, Naruto nods. Better than I expected, but not quite up to standard for your rank. Don't feel too bad, Sakura. Ino comes from a clan. Not a physically orientated one, but it helps. The fact you are both so close is a result of effort. I want you both to do this twice a day 5 times a week until you master your chakra control exercises, then tell me how many laps a day you can do. This will work on your stamina and speed. After that I will modify your regimen, but do this first. 2 nods. If you push yourselves and focus on your training and new diets, I expect you will start seeing results within a few weeks. Within 3 months I expect you will be close to or already coming back to me for advice, but don't push yourselves too hard. A day of rest can mean the difference between an optimum training regimen and a pulled muscle or a week-long stint in hospital for chakra exhaustion. Ino and Sakura smile and nod. Thanks. Naruto nods and smiles. In a few days I leave the village on a mission. I will be gone for a while. When I return, I will check in on you every now and then. Naruto gets up to leave but stops to turn back. Oh, one more thing. Don't be afraid to ask other Junin or other team's sensei for advice. You might find some interesting information if you do. Hi. Naruto waves over his shoulder as he leaves. One day outside Anbu and you're already fixing half the problems in this rotten village. Maybe you should be Hokage. Naruto chuckles and smiles. Thanks, but no thanks, Kurama. I have no need to be Hokage just to fix the problems here. Nor do I want the responsibility or the obligation that comes with it. Kurama chuckles. So, teacher, soldier, killer but not politician. I agree, you can do the worst things and still be less evil than a politician. 3 days later Naruto is walking by the hot springs and finds a man in an unusual outfit with white spiky hair tied back in a ponytail giggling like a pervert with his face against the fence of the women's side of the hot springs. Naturally Naruto is ticked off. Naruto taps him on the shoulder. Bug off, brat, I'm in the middle of my research. Naruto moves to hit him over the head when the man moves, and Naruto feels a spike in chakra above him. Rolling his eyes, Naruto unsheathes his sealing blade and swipes the giant toad above him, sending him back to the summons realm before tapping the sword on the old man's shoulder, gaining his attention in a bead of sweat. That would work on most people, Jiraiya, but not me. Now get up before I cut off something you would rather not lose. Jiraiya does as asked but frowns. Geez, what did I do to piss you off, kid? Naruto looks him in the eyes. Ever heard of the Ice Queens of Konoha? Jiraiya nods. You know what they do to perverts? Jiraiya pales and nods. They're some of my best friends and one of them is my fiancée. She's currently on the other side of that wall. Naruto points at the wall he just found Jiraiya at and he pales, thinking this kid might be seriously thinking of doing bodily harm. Hey, sorry kid. I didn't know. Naruto scowls and looks Jiraiya in the eye. If you weren't slated for a mission with me, I would call her out to deal with you. Trust me, Anko is very talented at dealing with your kind. Now shut your mouth, grab your stuff and follow me to the Hokage Tower. Naruto sheaths his sword and turns on his heel, walking away. Who the fuck is this kid? I didn't sense him coming. He dealt with my toad like it was nothing, then he orders me about like he's used to command. And he said my name like he knows me. I've never met him before though. These are Jiraiya's thoughts as they head to the tower and until he walks into the Hokage's office. Found him, Lord Third. Just where you said he would be, and peeking on Anko at the hot springs. Hiruzen pales at the thought. Jiraiya, you have no idea what Naruto just saved you from. Jiraiya frowns at the name, then at the thought. I know the Ice Queens are nasty to perverts, but surely Anko isn't as bad as Tsunade. Hiruzen shakes his head. A few years ago, I would have paled at the thought, but since getting together with Naruto she's become much more vicious as she takes it personally. She won't kill you, no, not even close. She will torture you to the point you will wish you were dead, then have Inoichi wipe out the memories of what she did but leave the memory of pain, then do it again. He does it too because the last time he refused, his wife threatened to ingrain an image of a naked Guy and Lee into his mind, performing their sunset genjutsu. Naruto, being prepared, pulls out a bucket so that Jiraiya can empty his guts. He was about to recover before Naruto opens his mouth. And that's if she's in a good mood. Jiraiya fills the bucket and is lying on the ground in a fetal for a full 5 minutes before he can stand. I feel sorry for you, kid. Naruto sneers at the man. You have much to be sorry for, Jiraiya, but that's not something on the list. Naruto stands up and turns to leave. Find me at the gate when the old man has briefed you on our mission. Naruto leaves and Hiruzen shakes his head. Old man, who is that kid? The way he speaks and acts is like a veteran shinobi, but he's only a kid. Hiruzen scowls. You truly don't know? Don't recognize you own godson, huh? Well, considering you never even visited him, I shouldn't be surprised. But the fact you don't know means you have not been doing your job as spy master well. The fuck, old man? I heard he died and that was the last I heard. Then you should have come to me to confirm the information instead of abandoning your charge. Hiruzen is shaking with anger. Let me tell you something, my old student. I have seen him do many things, but I have rarely seen him show anger. And never to the extent he did with you. If he was not so keen on the idea of having his godmother at this wedding, I doubt he would have ever spoken to you. You left it too long and now he has nothing to gain from you. If you are lucky, he will just ignore you completely. That still doesn't explain the way he is. Hiruzen rubs the bridge of his nose and explains what happened and the events to this day. Jiraiya frowns. And Buha. Well, that explains the skills and the air of command. Minato would be proud. And you said he killed Orochimaru. Hiruzen nods. How? He completed the Rasengan. The first and second Hokage labeled it as S rank and possibly double S rank. Jiraiya pales at the thought. Now your mission is to convince Tsunade to return to the Leaf. Preferably to become Hokage, but if she returns and stays, I will consider it a victory at this point. Jiraiya nods. Phew, another big chapter done. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Remember to review and recommend it to your friends. See ya all next time. Chapter 4. Thanks to the positive reviews, guys. Sorry I haven't updated in a while. I have been a little under the weather and work has been a little screwy. Bad news first. I just lost my job, so work on fix that are not on stage 3 as will be explained in my profile are going to be updated a little less often until I can fix that. Good news is YAAY triple. Update. That's right, you get a new chapter for all 3 of my currently unfinished fics. Enjoy and review. I do not own Naruto. 3 weeks later outside Tanzaku town. Jiraiya, if you don't stop your peeping until we find Tsunade, I will shove a Rasengan up your ass. You are slowing us down. Jiraiya sweats and holds up his hands in defense. Okay, I'll put my research on hold. Rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. It hasn't been going that well anyway. Jiraiya looks at Naruto with curiosity. I've been wondering, why aren't we actually going into towns? Naruto shrugs. I met Itachi a few days ago and he warned me the Akatsuki is looking for us. He's trying to lead Kisame away, but they are visiting towns in the area, so I need to be careful. So, I'm using shadow clones to search and to ask around. We came to Tanzaku because Tsunade was seen heading in this direction just a few days ago. It also fits her profile. Jiraiya nods. I keep forgetting you were an Anbu and you knew Itachi. Didn't realize you knew of Akatsuki though. Naruto shrugs. Besides the fact Itachi has been keeping me informed, I make it my business to know the people who want me dead. Jiraiya raises an eyebrow. Dead? Last I heard they were gathering funds as a merc group. Naruto frowns back at Jiraiya. Did you never question why? Their objective is the tailed beasts. Why I don't know, but if they capture me, they will take Kurama and that will likely leave me dead. I'm only half Uzumaki after all. Naruto flinches. There you are. Come on. She's getting drunk at a nearby bar. Naruto and Jiraiya walk into the bar in question to find a tall blonde woman with E-cup breasts sloshed at a table and a shorter lither brunette holding a pig standing by her looking nervous. Tsunade. Nice to see you. Tsunade looks up and scowls. Jiraiya. What are you doing here? Jiraiya and Naruto sit down across from Tsunade. What can't I visit my old teammate? If you were doing that then you would never have found me. The fact you did means you were looking hard. Why? And who's the brat? Naruto frowns. You really don't recognize me? Tsunade squints. Should I brat? Naruto nods. Think back 18 years. You are on your way back to the leaf to deliver a baby. On the way you hear some bad news. The mother and father are dead. Killed by the 9 tails. Now either you assumed or were told the baby died with them. Either way you decide not to go back. But the baby survived. Now you tell me, who am I? Tsunade's eyes go wide. Look at my face, Tsunade. Whoami? No, it can't be. You died. They said you were dead. You're not him. Naruto glares at Tsunade. My name's Tsunade. Say it. Tsunade breaks down in tears. Naruto, how are you here? Naruto calms down and smiles. Finally, some progress. Naruto explains the events of his life from birth to now in excruciating detail, causing Tsunade to cry and her assistant Shizune to rush to the bathroom to empty her guts. The end result is the 3rd Hokage sending me here to bring you home. There are a number of reasons and none are urgent just yet. But it is important for you to return. What reasons? Naruto shrugs. The old man wants you to become Hokage. Like I said, it's not urgent but convincing. You can come later. Most of all we need your medical expertise. Personally, I also want my godmother to attend my wedding. Tsunade bug-eyes. Wedding. Be you, but you're only 18, Naruto shakes his head. I grew up on my own until 10 dodging villagers to save my life. I have always been more mature than others my age. After that I was in Anbu. 2 years ago, I made captain. I've known my fiancé for 3 years, so it's not a matter of being rushed or ready for the responsibility. And the medical reasons? Naruto nods to Shizune and explains about Orochimaru and the injured genin in the exams and invasion. I see. Tell you what, brat. You and me outside. I want a shot at you. I like what I see, then I come back. I don't, then I come to your wedding, then leave forever. Naruto smiles. Sounds fair. Tsunade, Shizune and Jiraiya follow Naruto outside. Lord Jiraiya, is this wise? Jiraiya frowns. No idea. The Hokage told me of his history and you've heard it too. I've never seen him fight, but this is the only way regardless. Besides, Tsunade only said she has to like what she sees. She didn't say anything about winning. Tsunade smirks and Naruto frowns. Terms, Lady Tsunade. Use whatever you like, but it's over if I knock you on your ass. I'll only use one finger. Naruto's face goes blank. but his eyes take on an ominous light. He did not like her underestimating him. He replies in a dark tone, causing Jiraiya to shiver. As you wish. Shizune notices Jiraiya's face go pale and that he is shivering. Is something wrong, Lord Jiraiya? I hope not. But I think Tsunade just made a huge mistake. Shizune frowns and looks Naruto in the eyes, and she feels very small. Suddenly Naruto forms two clones and they start going through hand signs. Earth style. Earthen corridor fire style. Great fire annihilation wind style. Devastation. Collaboration jutsu. Mass cremation. Tsunade pales at the power of this combination and forces her body to move. Using her strength, she breaks the ground and lifts a boulder as large as she can to block the fire. Her life is saved, but she is still burned. She hears a voice on the other side. New terms Tsunade. She is forced to jump away as quickly as she can as he appears behind her and smashes the boulder with a Rasengan. Survive me. Now Tsunade is beginning to panic as she is smashing clones flying at her at high speed until 3 manage to hit her in quick succession, knocking her backwards. Naruto begins charging the jutsu which killed Orochimaru, and Jiraiya pales. Stop. Naruto and Tsunade turn to face Jiraiya and Naruto cancels the jutsu. Tsunade yells at Jiraiya. Why did you stop us? It's not done yet. But Tsunade notices the serious look on Jiraiya's face and the amount of sweat. Yes, it is Tsunade. If this fight continued you would be dead. Shizune frowns. What are you talking about? Sure, it was impressive, but Tsunade could take more than that. Jiraiya turns to Shizune. You saw the jutsu he was readying? Tsunade and Shizune nod. Tsunade, do you think you are better at dodging than Orochimaru? Tsunade shrugs. No, I admit that slippery bastard has me there. Why? Jiraiya closes his eyes. Because according to the Hokage, the jutsu he was about to use is what killed Orochimaru and he failed to dodge it. Tsunade and Shizune pale and turn to Naruto, who is standing looking at Jiraiya as if nothing happened. Completely calm. Tsunade gulps. I think I've seen enough. Naruto turns to Tsunade and nods. I'm going to go rent a room for the night. We can leave tomorrow if you feel up to it. I would like to be back in Konoha by the end of the week though. Tsunade nods and Naruto walks away. That attitude was a complete 180. He went from confident but normal to a battle-hardened shinobi in under a second. From his first attack I was so shocked I could barely react. I've never even heard of shadow clones being used like he did. Complete genius. Jiraiya nods. One thing the old man said before we left. Under no circumstances piss Naruto off. Congrats Tsunade, you did so, and you lived. Tsunade nods. Yeah, I guess he hates to be underestimated. Shizune blinks. I don't think that's it. Jiraiya and Tsunade turn to look at Shizune. Based on what he told us and his history, I would say underestimation is preferable, but he's severely family focused. It never feels good when your family doesn't believe in your skills. I think he felt betrayed by you not taking him seriously, abandoned. There was anger there, sure, but when the fight was over there was nothing. As though he was empty. An abyss of sadness. His Anbu training and routines took over for him and covered it, but it was there in his eyes. Jiraiya nods and smiles. Makes sense. You know Shizune, I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up seeing you as a friend or family, given you seem to read him well. That would be good for you too. Tsunade looks at Jiraiya and squints. What do you mean? If you're being a pervert. He stops her with a hand held up and a frown. Nothing like that. I have no experience with him, but when he met me, I was doing my research. He took great offense, not just because he hates perverts but because his fiancée was involved. As you said, he values family and will go to great lengths to protect his family. Tsunade nods. Kushina was the same. Well, let's go get some rest. I think it's going to be a long day tomorrow. 2 days later, in the middle of nowhere. Are any of you sensors? Shizune nods. My range is only about 15 miles in any direction though. Naruto nods. Would you please take a look around us and see if there is anybody within 15 miles of us? Shizune hesitantly nods before stretching out her senses. A few minutes later she opens her eyes. It's clear for now. A couple civilians at the edge of my range. On the closest road, but they kept going and I can't sense them anymore. Thanks, Shizune. I need to stop here for a bit. Jiraiya cocks his head. I thought you were in a hurry. Naruto grins. I am, but I need to do something I've been putting off for about 4 years. I'm finally ready. Tsunade crosses her arms under her breasts, drawing Jiraiya's gaze. What's that? Naruto unseals the Dragon Clan contract. Do you know what this is? Tsunade anime falls. I've never seen that contract. Where on earth did you find it? Naruto looks at it with nostalgia in his eyes. Uzushigakure. Along with your grandmother's sword and a scroll filled with seals and Uzumaki clan jutsu. Kakashi recommended I wait to sign it until I was stronger and away from any village or people. This is the first opportunity I've had since then. Tsunade nods. If you're sure, then sign it and summon the boss. Naruto nods and opens the scroll. Cutting his finger with a kunai, he signs his name and places his fingerprints in the box with his chakra. He then goes through hand signs and slams his hand on the ground. Summoning jutsu, a large puff of smoke explodes before a gust of wind blows it away. With a deafening roar, they are greeted with the sight of a 50-foot bone-white dragon who is looking at his summoner with an eye that denotes wisdom and power. Naruto has no doubt if he fails to impress, he will cease to exist. I am Whis, Lord of the Dragon Clan. Who are you to have summoned me, Crimson One? Naruto kneels in respect but keeps eye contact without flinching. I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and to protect those I love I seek power and allies. The dragon cranes his neck to look Naruto in the eye, noticing a lack of fear. Smiling internally, he likes what he sees. Brave, intelligent, humble and noble. You embody the highest values of the dragon, Naruto. I would name you summoner right now, but our laws insist I test you. Dragon scales are incredibly hard. You must survive for 5 minutes as I try to kill you or strike a blow hard enough to make me feel it. I will warn you, there have been many over the centuries to try this and all have failed and perished. Will you take my test knowing this? Naruto rises to his feet and looks the dragon in the eye with a smile. I suggest you all retreat to a safe distance to watch. I might actually have to use my full power for this fight. Naruto's eyes change as the others pull back to the edge of the field they are on. Kitsunegan. Oh, interesting eyes you have. This might be fun. Let's begin. With a mighty roar, the dragon takes off in flight and unleashes a torrent of flame, the likes of which the spectators have never seen. About to rush to his aid, they stop when they notice Naruto standing still in the middle of the scorched earth, completely unharmed before they lose sight of him. Shizune points. Above. Jiraiya's mouth drops. That was almost as fast as Hiraishin. Whis flips in midair before Naruto can strike and slams him into the ground using his tail. However, Naruto takes the opportunity to grab the tail and slam the dragon into the ground. Flashing above the dragon, he forms a clone, and together they multiply the power of his jutsu, sacrificing rapid fire for sheer power. Lightning style. Rasenobliterator. The sheer destruction of the jutsu shocks them all. The resulting dome of crackling energy expands, destroying everything in its path until just a mile away from where they are. When the dust clears, they see Naruto sitting on the ground, clearly exhausted, and the dragon smoking nearby, shaking. Naruto signals them over and they move as fast as they can. When they arrive, they are shocked to hear Whis holding his stomach, laughing. Oh, Naruto my boy, I haven't been tagged like that in millennia. Most impressive indeed. You have passed the test of the Dragon Clan and I acknowledge you as our summoner. Call upon us whenever you are in need of help. For power or advice, it matters not. Naruto grins and bows in respect to the Dragon Lord. If you don't mind, do you have a messenger? Whis nods. Sora is our fastest. He will aid you. Summon him whenever you wish. Now I am afraid I must rest. It has been a pleasure, my friend. Whis disappears in a puff of smoke and Tsunade moves to heal Naruto as Jiraiya speaks. After we get back, I think I will go to the Toads and get drunk off my ass with Bunta. Naruto and Tsunade laugh while Shizune giggles. Naruto gets up and begins summoning again. Summoning jutsu, a small puff of smoke blows away, revealing a small sky-blue dragon. Ah, you must be our new summoner. An honor to meet you, Lord Naruto. I am Sora messenger at your service. Naruto smiles. The honor is mine, Sora. Fishing a picture of Anko out of his pocket, he shows it to Sora. Oh, attractive woman. Naruto grins. I think so. Anyway, I would like you to fly to Konoha and tell her I will return in 3 days. She must be worrying by now. Her name is Anko Mitarashi. Sora nods and takes off towards Konoha at supersonic speed, knocking them off balance for a moment. Jiraiya whistles. When he said fast, he meant it. Shizune giggles. Charming too. Naruto smiles and moves to leave. Well, I know one thing that's going to make Anko happy. When we get back, I'm going to need a change of clothes. Anbu gear was getting kind of dull anyway, and that means shopping. Tsunade laughs and claps him on the back as they leave. Over the 3 days it took to return to the village, Naruto, Tsunade and Shizune got to know each other well and became close friends, much to Jiraiya's horror. Just as they were passing through the gates of the village, they were put on guard as Naruto was assaulted by fast-moving brown and purple blur, knocking him to the ground. They were all in shock until they heard Naruto laughing. I see you missed me, Anko Hime. Anko punches his arm, causing him to wince. You were gone almost a month with no communication. Of course, I was worried, Baka. Naruto chuckles and kisses Anko. I'm sorry, Hime. I had no means of communication until I had the opportunity to sign the summoning contract. I did so as soon as I could. Anko pouts. Well, at least you're back. Now you got the contract, you better send more letters in the future, got it? Naruto hugs her tight. I promise. Tsunade smirks. Hey brat. Mission accomplished. Go shopping for new clothes with your girl. I can take it from here. Meet me at the hospital tomorrow to look at what's left of the snake, though. Naruto nods with a smile. As she walks off, Anko gets a predatory smile. Did she say shopping? Oh, I need to go get the girls. This is gonna be fun. Naruto sweat drops and smiles nervously. Why'd I have a sudden feeling of dread? H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A, because you aren't stupid, kid. Bahahahaha. Let the show begin. One horrifying and emasculating day later, Naruto loves his new look but is going to work on forgetting the experience of how he got it. Decked out in black Anbu pants and boots. Skin-tight blood-red shirt with a black flak jacket, black fingerless gloves with plated knuckles, and completed with a red haori with black flames around the bottom and a golden fox on the back. He admits he loves the look. Now at the hospital, looking in on Tsunade to find out if she could confirm his kill. Oh good, you're here. Good news, brat. It was difficult, but I can clearly identify Orochimaru's DNA in this finger. Disgusting as it is, he didn't mix it with those he took over. More like he altered his body and mind to meld with the body, keeping both intact in the same space. I wouldn't be surprised if parts of him are floating around in some dimensional space somewhere along with that of his victims. Naruto's face is surprisingly blank at hearing this, surprising Tsunade. You don't seem surprised. Naruto shrugs. I suspect he did worse and more disgusting things in his life simply because in Anbu I did see worse. Admittedly not my favorite memories. Tsunade nods. I bet. So, what are you going to do with all that money? Naruto places his hand on his chin in a thinking pose. Not sure, to be honest. Save up to support future generations, maybe? Invest in a project for the betterment of the village? I'll decide if the time comes. Better to have it and not need it than to throw it away on something frivolous. Tsunade frowns. Don't pull any punches, do you, kid? Naruto smiles as he walks out to go claim his bounty. Not when it comes to family. Naruto then travels to Higarashi's for his final stop before heading to the training fields to find his students. Entering the store, he once again finds Tenten at the counter. Hello again, Tenten. Tenten squints at the customer. I'm sorry, do I know you? Naruto grins like a fox and chuckles. Anko loved the ring you made for us. Tenten's eyes widen in recognition. Ah, it never gets old the looks people give when they recognize me. Ha 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 ha. Red Fox. Naruto nods. Yes, though I transferred to regular duty about a month ago. It's just Naruto now. Tenten blushes in embarrassment and because of the hottie right in front of her. Sorry, Naruto. Can I help you with something? Naruto nods and gets down to business. 2 things as a matter of fact. First, I need 2 chakra litmus papers. Second, I need another custom jewelry job if you are up to the challenge. Naruto hands her the design for a new ring. Interlinking Uzumaki swirls topped with a Namikaze crest being circled by a gold dragon and jade snake. The design once again stuns Tenten with its beauty. Naruto, you have a real talent for jewelry design. Same materials? Naruto nods. If you have enough for 2. If not, I can give you more of those kunai. Tenten pouts cutely and begins her calculations. If you have one more of those kunai on you, it would definitely help. As to price, they will add up to about 9,000 ryo each. It's a bit more than the last one because the design is more intricate, and it'll take a couple weeks. Naruto nods with a smile and hands over the kunai and money. Anbu pays well, I take it. Naruto grins. It's not easy work and many people don't deal well with what you have to see and do, so yeah, it pays pretty good. Then there's the perks too. Bounties are easier to find on Anbu duty, for example, as there are a lot of unique weapons and other things. Most people rotate out after 2 or 3 years though. If you aren't extremely stable, it can wear on your mind, and there have been a few who went insane or psycho. You don't sugarcoat anything, do you? Naruto shakes his head as she hands him the litmus paper. When I said you would do well in Anbu, I meant it, but it's not for everybody. If you ever take it up and would like some advice, feel free to look me up. I hold most of the records in Anbu now. Naruto grins as he walks out. I wonder what he means by records. Heard about that once. It's like a game to them to keep score on certain things as a personal challenge. It's a coping mechanism. Anything from time served, number of kills, to fastest time from point A to point B. Impressive if he holds most of them. Some of them have been around since the second Hokage was in power. Wow. What do you think, Dad? Should I work to enter Anbu? I think it's up to you. But if you do, I want you to work hard and train harder. Anbu are the best of the best, and I want you to make a name for yourself and come out alive and whole. Tenten smiles and nods, having found herself a role model and goal. Ino and Sakura are walking back to the training field to continue their training after their lunch. They've changed quite a lot over the past month. Both growing several inches and putting on a respectable layer of muscle. Much to both their delight, their assets have grown as well. Both are now considered the hottest girls of their generation. And neither is hurting for attention. Once they arrive, they both stop when they notice a familiar redhead seemingly taking a nap under the shade of a tree. Ino grins and they rush to see him. Naruto. Naruto opens his eyes with a smile, looking at the two beauties running towards him. Hello, girls. You two look like your training is paying off. Ino bounces up and down in excitement, causing a jiggle which has knocked out many men with nosebleeds. It's been great. We've been beating the boys off with a stick. Naruto laughs. Good. An attractive body brings self-confidence. And your chakra control? Sakura grins. Mastered. And Ino is almost done with water walking as well. Naruto smiles. Laps? Ino smiles. 100 in an hour, twice a day. Naruto grins wider. I'm impressed with your growth. Keep this up and you two will dominate the next Chunin exams. Ino and Sakura high-five each other. Okay, settle down, girls. Now for the next stage. Here are chakra litmus papers. Channel chakra into it and it will tell you affinities. Lightning will make it crumple, fire burns, water soaks, wind cuts and earth crumbles. You first, Sakura. Sakura's paper soaks and crumples. Water and lightning. I can help with lightning and so can Kakashi. For water, Yugo I believe has that element. Now you Ino. Ino's paper burns and cuts and a third part gets wet almost unnoticeably. Nice fire and wind. A great combo. Also, a very weak water element. You know you're both lucky. Sakura frowns and blinks. Why's that? Naruto smiles. Everybody has at least one affinity, though it sometimes can take some time to be readable. However, most people don't get a second element until they are mid-Chunin. Mastering 2 elements is a requirement for becoming Junin unless you go through Anbu or are promoted from Special Junin through field promotion. That's how most Hyuga get their promotions. Ino, it may interest you to know the wind element is quite rare in the leaf. I only know of 3 people who use it. One is Danzo, who I highly recommend you avoid at all cost. He's not bad as such, but his methods are not for most people, as your father can tell you. And the other 2 you already know. Your sensei Asuma and myself. Fire will be easy to find though, because that's very common in fire country. Ino smiles before she frowns in thought. What did you mean by a powerful combo? Naruto points a finger in the air. A good question. You know how each element has a weakness, correct? And how each element makes its opposite element harder to learn unless it's your affinity. The 2 girls nod. You also know that some bloodlines combine elements into sub-elements? Ino frowns but Sakura nods. Like ice, right? It's water and wind. Naruto nods. Wood also. It comes from earth, water and yang release. There are many others of course like particle style, lava style, steam style, corrosive, explosion and others besides. These all require the relevant bloodline to use, however. But there is nothing to say you cannot enhance an element with another. For example, what happens when you pass electricity through water? Or when you blow air on a fire? Ino's and Sakura's eyes widen in realization of what Naruto is telling them. Naruto grins. Would you like to see? Ino and Sakura nod. Naruto stands and faces the center of the field and performs an impressive fireball jutsu. He then does great breakthrough putting out the fire and tearing up the earth. As you can see on their own such jutsu can be quite powerful. Now let's combine them. Ino frowns. How? You can't use two elements at the same time without a bloodline. Naruto smiles. Normally no, but have you heard of the shadow clone jutsu? Ino nods. It's a kinjutsu which divides your chakra equally to create a solid clone. It's commonly known among Junin. Are you saying by using a shadow clone you can use two different elements at once? Naruto nods. Or three. I made a nice earth, wind and fire combo a while back as Tsunade can attest to. Now watch this. Shadow clone jutsu fire style, fireball jutsu wind style, great breakthrough. The result was a fireball 5 times the size of the first one, astonishing the girls. You see? Sakura nods. I can't unsee that. Naruto chuckles. Believe it or not, I had the same reaction the first time I saw a collaboration jutsu. It's a chunin level skill requiring great teamwork. See too much wind and you put out the fire. Too much fire and it will blow up in your face. Ino nods. Oh, by the way Ino, have you learned any new clan jutsu? Ino grins. I learned mind destruction and mind walker. Though daddy was hesitant about teaching me the last one. Naruto nods in understanding. Something I forgot to tell you last time Ino, and this is important. As you know, your mind jutsu have some major weaknesses, so don't rely too heavily on them. But most importantly, never use them on a Jinchuriki. Ino frowns. Is it dangerous? Naruto nods. Extremely. Jinchuriki share space in their mind with the beast in question and they don't take kindly to intruders. Physically they can't hurt you because they are sealed, but they can damage your mind. Kurama tells me there have been times in the past where minds were completely destroyed, leaving the person as a vegetable, and he can remember where the person's brain boiled and leaked out his ears. Ino pales and Naruto grins. So, remember, if you ever want to meet Kurama, then you gotta ask first. Ino whips her head in Naruto's direction. You mean that? Naruto nods. He's been locked up over 100 years, Ino. It's not so terribly entertaining in there just looking at my memories or my life as I see it. Ino frowns then smiles. Gotta admit the idea of talking to him terrifies me, but the opportunity to do so safely is tempting. Some other time maybe. Naruto grins and nods. Okay, Sakura genjutsu. What have you learned? Sakura frowns. Sadly not much. 2 new genjutsu, but I have trouble sometimes. Naruto nods and closes his eyes to think. I take it you have trouble picturing what you want the victim to see. Sakura nods. Genjutsu might not be your thing then. Maybe medical jutsu then. Don't give up on the genjutsu, but try fit in some time at the hospital sometime. Sakura nods with a smile. Okay, last thing for today is physical training. Now you've both done well so far, but to proceed from this point you need weights. When you get the chance, I want you to go to Higarashi's and purchase a set of chakra weights for yourselves. Use them while you continue training. Once the weight becomes easy, turn them off for a few days to get used to the changes before upping the weight. Focus on taijutsu and running. We don't want you bulking up, we want lean muscle. Remember to drop the weights when on missions and when you take the chunin exams, or at least reduce them. You do not want to overestimate your speed because you forgot. In case you are wondering, this is the kind of training Lee and Guy do. Sakura and Ino grin. Alright girls, you go have some fun today. I'm going to go see if Anko is still having fun with her pin cushions or if they took away her toys and put them in cells yet. Ino and Sakura are confused at the terminology and decide to ask their sensei about it later. Ino looks at Sakura and smirks. Wanna go to the hot springs and make out? Sakura looks at Ino like she's stupid before Ino feels a pinch on her ass and notices Sakura running in the direction of the hot springs and rushes to join her. Nearby, 3 boys who were curious about who the redhead was and what he was doing with the hottest girls in their class are now picking up their jaws off the ground, and a certain Cyclops is giggling perversely and having a severe nosebleed. None of them notice a certain Avenger observing and planning his revenge on perceived slights. For 2 weeks Sasuke watched Naruto. Watching him make friends, interact with people as if he was some kind of hero, not knowing how many people he helped during the invasion or his killing of Orochimaru. That smile made him angry. It was like he was laughing at him. Little did he know Naruto was aware of him and waiting for him to make his move. So, when Naruto gets a summons from the council, he smiles knowing today is the day. As Naruto walks into the council chambers, he stands before the Hokage and the Shinobi Council and New Civilian Council with Sasuke standing beside Mebuki Haruno. He notes how uncomfortable Mebuki is sitting so close to him and narrows his eyes at the Uchiha. His attention is called back to the front of the room as the Hokage speaks. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, you have been called here to answer to accusations made against you by one Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto nods. And these charges are assault, threat of bodily harm, and theft of an Uchiha blade. Naruto is pissed. The little shit not only is arrogant enough to try this but wants his sword as well. Naruto pulls out the blade and presents it to the council. Is this the blade in question? The council looks to Sasuke, whose eyes are alight with greed, and he is smirking. He nods. It is. Naruto smirks. Gotcha. So, you are saying the sealing blade of Mito Uzumaki taken from the blood-sealed vaults of Uzushigakure. The historically documented Uzumaki blade not seen since her death over 40 years ago is in fact an Uchiha blade stolen from you within your lifetime. Are you aware of the penalty for false accusations against a superior officer? Oh, let's not forget this assault and threat charge. When did this happen? Sasuke frowns. 2 weeks ago at my compound. Naruto smiles knowing he's won. You mean when I was outside the village on a mission to retrieve Lady Tsunade with Jiraiya of the Sannin? Damn Sasuke, I knew you had your problems, but now I question your mind. I wonder, would the council indulge me a moment? Curious as to what he has in mind, they assent. Naruto sheathes his blade and begins to walk towards Sasuke, who by this point is panicking. Stop, stay away from me. I'm an Uchiha, you will bow to my demands. Naruto continues towards him, ignoring his mania, but stops once Sasuke pulls a kunai and places it at Mebuki's throat. As suspected. Lord Hokage? Hiruzen nods. Anbu detain him, and Anbu drops from the ceiling and grabs Sasuke by the arms, stopping him from moving. Naruto continues forwards and stands by Mebuki. Are you alright, Mebuki? She nods in relief. Sorry for this, Naruto. He threatened my daughter if I said anything or didn't play along. Naruto nods in understanding. It's fine, Mebuki. After all I have seen, you have a measure of my trust. I suspected he was unstable, but I did not anticipate him trying to manipulate you in this way. Anbu, would you mind holding him still against the table, please? I would like to examine his seal. The Anbu nods and Naruto pulls down his shirt. Get your hands off me, peasant. Naruto ignores him and examines the seal. It's spreading slowly and has already spread past the evil containment seal placed by Kakashi. The Hokage raises an eyebrow. What is your opinion, Naruto? Naruto looks at the Hokage and shakes his head. I'm no seal master, though I am studying the art, but this seal appears to be affecting his mind. I don't know if it is due to his behavior or has something to do with Orochimaru's death, but it is spreading. Soon the evil containment seal will break, and it will take over. His mind is already beyond help, but I can seal it with my blade permanently. This will ease the effects and he will be docile if not quite lucid, but it will also seal his chakra permanently and he will likely never fully recover. If I do this, I would recommend confinement and that he be guarded and cared for. If he has luck, his mind might make a full recovery, but his chakra will be gone. Danzo ponders. Will it stop him having children? Naruto frowns at Danzo, knowing what he wants but also knowing he will be dead before the children ever become useful to him. No, though he will not be fit to raise them. Not that he is now anyway. Given Uchiha children have a history of violence and anger, I would recommend they be raised in a heavily family-oriented environment and be watched carefully. At least at first. It's unknown if the personality problems of the Uchiha are due to their bloodline or to their upbringing. Danzo nods happy with the outcome. Hiruzen considers before nodding his assent. Do it. Naruto nods and turns to Sume. Lady Sume, would you please help restrain him? The Anbu can hold his arms, but if he moves his head too much, I might cut too deep. Sume rises and moves to do so. Naruto draws his sword and Sasuke starts thrashing around. Sume snarls in his ear. Still pup, or you might lose more than your mind and chakra. No, I won't let you deny my revenge. I have to kill Itachi. I need more power. Naruto pumps chakra into the sealing blade and cuts the seal across the middle. The seal retreats into itself before being surrounded by a complex sealing formula and separating each tomo on the seal with a line of script. A second layer of script is now appearing around the outside of the seal, causing Sasuke to stop struggling and go limp and silent. It's done. He will take some time to wake up, but I don't know what state he will be in when he does beyond docile. He pushed the seal even further than it was before I could seal it, and it likely did some damage to his mind. Hiruzen nods as Sume sits back down. Thank you, Naruto. I am sorry for all this. Naruto shrugs. Itachi always asked me to look after his brother when he was not around. Honestly, I've seen something like this coming for a while. Though I expected him to desert the village to go looking for power. Not him coming after me. I hope Ino and Sakura don't hate me for this though. I am rather proud of their growth recently, though I know they were both infatuated with Sasuke. Inoichi and Mebuki share a look and laugh, causing some confusion. I'm sorry, did I say something amusing? Inoichi shakes his head. You did them a favor. Mebuki nods. During their training they both discovered they didn't like boys as much as they thought. They got together shortly after. Now when the time comes, they can surrogate a child from the crush they shared and help the village all the same. Naruto blushes and rubs the back of his head. Okay, I didn't expect that. All's well that ends well, I suppose. Hiruzen wipes the blood from his nose and chuckles. You are free to go, Naruto. Try to enjoy your day. Naruto walks out, and as soon as he's gone, Sume grins. Anybody else notice how Naruto was the only man in the room not to have a nosebleed? All the ladies chuckle and look at all the men with an evil glint in their eyes. Inoichi smiles. Well, not quite. I had no such thoughts myself, so if you don't mind, I think I will head home to the wife. Bye guys. Hope you survive. Inoichi walks out of the room like a boss, and every man in the room pales in fear. The Anbu in the shadows are all grinning behind their masks. Sometimes this job had its perks. Hee, hope you guys enjoyed my solution to Sakura and Ino's fangirlism. Next chapter will have a little fluff and hinting at adult scenes, followed by a stint of Naruto lecturing at the academy. Something to look forward to. Don't forget to recommend, review, and most of all enjoy. Chapter 5. Okay, so longest chapter for Red Fox yet. Hope you guys enjoy. Have to say I am both surprised and grateful to see so many visits, favorites and follows for my stories. Sorry they're taking so long to upload. IRL is kicking my butt and I've been focusing on any new FIC ideas I get, which has been drawing me away from the ones I've already started. Anyway, enjoy chapter 5 guys. Don't forget to review and recommend. On his way to Higarashi's, Naruto bumps into Kakashi. How did it go? Naruto shakes his head in exasperation. Tried to falsify accusations against me, then when confronted held a civilian council member hostage. Sakura's mother in fact, and threatened harm to Sakura if she didn't play along. The cursed mark is sealed along with his chakra and his mind, permanently. Ha, I see. Sakura will be devastated. Not to mention our team now needs 2 more members since Danzo pulled Sai from active duty. Naruto chuckles. Sakura's not going to be as choked up as you think. As to your team troubles, I understand Asuma's team is also down a member and Ino has improved as much as Sakura. Guy's team as well, with Tenten, and Kurenai's team with Hinata. All of them had at least 1 member advance in the last exams. Way more than expected. Seems they impressed in the invasion. Kakashi considers. I take it you had something to do with this? Naruto nods and sheepishly rubs his head. Yeah, well, when I revealed my identity to Kurenai and the others a couple years ago, I went to the hot springs to relax and it was mixed bathing day. They kind of made the mistake of trying to hit me and call me a pervert. I corrected them and gave them some advice which they took to heart. After I left Anbu, Mebuki and Inoichi Requested I help their daughters because they weren't sure on how to improve. Have to say I'm impressed with them. Kakashi eyes smiles. You'd make a good sensei, I think. Naruto shakes his head. Maybe if somebody piques my interest from the academy sometime, but not for some time yet. Anyway, I'm sure Anko is waiting at home and I have something to pick up on the way. Kakashi nods and walks away. Oh, by the way. Sakura asked me something about pincushions and Anko. Anything I should worry about? Naruto laughs. Tell her to ask Inoichi. Kakashi nods and Naruto leaves. Naruto walks into Higarashi's, surprised to not see Tenten but a rather large, well-muscled man standing by the counter. Oh, you must be Naruto. I'm Arashi Higurashi. I wanted to thank you for what you did for my daughter. Naruto shakes his head. I only offered advice. She did the work. Arashi grins. Maybe, but it was good advice. She looks up to you like a role model, you know. Anyway, down to business. Your rings are ready. They were a fine challenge. So much fun to work on, I tell you. Tenten was right, you have a talent for design. Naruto chuckles sheepishly and takes the box with the rings inside. Thanks, Arashi. Tell Tenten to let me know if she needs help with training. Arashi nods and Naruto heads home to the Namikaze mansion. I'm home. A voice calls out from the back of the house. I'm in the hot spring. Come on out. Naruto grins and heads out. He's about to get undressed when he notices Anko is not alone. Hana. Kurenai and Yugo are in the spring with her all stark naked. Ahem. Hello ladies. Might I ask what's going on? Hana giggles. We thought you two might like some company. Naruto facepalms. I take it Sume talked to you about the CRA? Anko grins. She did and I said no. I said I have no problem sharing with others though if they want some fun. Naturally word spread fast. Hana bursts out laughing. Kiba was pissed. Mom had to knock him out to stop him from trying something stupid. Kurenai smiles with a glass of wine in her hand. What are you waiting for? Strip and join us. Yugo chuckles. Kurenai loosens up after a couple glasses. Who knew? Kurenai shrugs with a blush. Anko knew, but I don't usually relax this much unless I like the people I'm with. Naruto smiles and is ordered, causing 3 jaws to drop and tongues to hang. Who am I to deny 4 beautiful ladies? As he enters the water, Anko moves to his side. So, before the fun starts, do you have anything to say? Like what the council wanted or what that box in your hand is? Well, Sasuke finally blew the crap out of his mind. Wanted to fit me up on charges of assault, threat of bodily harm and theft of an Uchiha blade. The blade in question is the one I've had since you met me and is Mito's sealing sword. As to the others, he was out of his gourd since he named the time as 2 weeks ago. Then when I started moving towards him to examine his curse mark, he went nuts and took Mebuki Haruno hostage. Turns out he threatened to hurt Sakura if she didn't help him. It all worked out. His mark and his chakra are permanently sealed, but unfortunately his mind is practically a vegetable now. They're going to use him as a breeding machine essentially. I feel a little bad about that honestly, but when Itachi used Tsukuyomi on him, this was really the best likely outcome. The girls share a look and gather around Naruto, enveloping him in a massive hug. Hee, okay girls. Thanks, but pervert or not, if you keep doing that, I am going to have a nosebleed. They all giggle but sit down around him. Now as to the box. Naruto opens the box and shows them. Every girl's breath hitches. Kurenai looks at Naruto. Where did you get these? They're the most gorgeous rings I have ever seen. The others stare at him, curious as well. In Anbu I had a mission to hunt down a rogue ninja from Kiri who was in the area teaming up with bandits. He had some unique kunai on him. Harder than most metals I had seen, yet light, and they were also uniquely colored. I was at a loss as to what to do with them until I hooked up with Anko and had an idea. I wanted rings that were not only pretty and valuable but unique and could stand up to shinobi life. So, I came up with designs for the rings and took them to Higarashi's. Tenten and her father made the engagement ring and just finished these today. Hey, they said I had a talent for jewelry. Design. Hana grins. I'll say. I know the snake represents Anko and obviously the Uzumaki and Namikaze crests are there too, but what's with the dragon? Naruto shares a smile with Anko. I forgot you haven't met my summons yet. Yugo perks up at this. You signed it? When? I was hoping to watch. Naruto rubs his head sheepishly. Sorry Yugo. It was on the way back with Tsunade. That's why my clothes were trashed. I'll let you meet them later. Yugo smiles. Oh well, can't be helped. Anko smirks before running her hand down Naruto's chest. Now weren't we going to have some fun? Naruto smiles before looking around. Hey, where's Hana? He then feels something in his lap and looks down. Oh, never mind. Everybody giggles. Next morning. Hee kid, I hope there are more nights like that in the future. Take it from me, you could live 1,000 years and not have that much fun again, so if it happens, count yourself lucky. Good advice. Thanks, Kurama. The girls all stumble downstairs to find Naruto cooking breakfast. Kurenai is just sitting down at the table with a huge smile. Am smart, strong, romantic, caring, considerate, a tiger in the sack, talented and a great cook too. This one's the full package. Anko. Fuck being against perverts, I want in this harem. Yugo grins as she joins Kurenai. Yo Naruto, I think you fucked her brains out. Who knew all it took to turn Kurenai into a pervert was a little wick? Hana laughs. I don't think anything last night can be classified as little. Least of all that monster between his legs. Seriously considering the harem thing though, ha ha ha. Anko grins like a maniac. Told ya. You can have him anytime, but any new girl's gotta go through me first. He's mine. Naruto brings in everybody's breakfast and kisses Anko on the cheek. Always Heim. The women in the room get stars in their eyes. Aw. Naruto grins. Well, eat up, guys. Hana smiles as she eats. You weren't kidding about his cooking. Yugo giggles. By the way, you guys got any interesting guests lined up for the wedding? Naruto smirks. Besides you guys? Kurenai almost chokes as she laughs. Yes, besides us. Anko shrugs. Most of my friends are right here in Konoha, so anybody else is up to Naruto. Well, mom and dad had some big shot friends and a few big enemies. I was thinking of making a diplomatic gesture by inviting all the Kage, the Fire Daimyo and a few influential friends I met or worked for during my time in Anbu. Hana tilts her head. The Kage and Daimyo I get. Even if the Raikage and Tsuchikage don't come, it could be seen as you burying the hatchet for old wounds. But who are these friends? Naruto smiles. Well, to start with, there is Yukie Fujikaze, otherwise known as Koyuki Kazahana, daimyo of the Land of Spring. Then there is Shiin, priestess of the Land of Demons, to name a couple. Yugo smiles. I remember them. Both were kind of snobby and whiny until you helped them. Yugo smirks. If I remember right, both wanted you to marry them and father their children. Naruto nods. And I turned them down and we remained friends. Besides, if I did, then I would have had to leave the Leaf, and you know how much trouble that would bring. Nobody could afford that. Yugo nods. You know, now that I think of it, most of the people outside the Leaf I make friends with end up being nice but weird. Anko smirks. Speaking of weird people, have you heard the old man finally convinced Tsunade to take the hat? Naruto looks surprised. Wow. Here I was thinking, fat chance. When is the ceremony? In a couple months. Hana smiles. Nice. Oh, did you hear about the civil war in Kiri? It's over and the new Mizukage is the leader of the rebellion. Mei Terumi. Naruto nods. Heard about that. Kakashi's first C rank with his team was in Wave, where they encountered Zabuza and his apprentice. While they were fighting, their employer betrayed them and Zabuza killed him and looted his mansion, calling a truce with the Leaf team. Apparently, he returned to the rebellion and bankrolled mercenaries to help overthrow Yagura. Yugo frowns. Shane, Yagura went nuts. I'm told he used to be a really nice guy. Naruto shrugs. I asked the Hokage to take Mei up on the offer to help with it since it seemed fishy, but he's dead, so any evidence as to what happened to make him change is gone with him. The reaction to a Jinchuriki body has when they die is violent. Hardly anything survives unless you are a full-blooded Uzumaki. The brain practically melts and the organs liquefy. Almost nothing remains of the seal either. Full-body Biju cleaning service, as Kurama says. Hana frowns. Really? Naruto nods. It's why the Uzumaki were so sought after once Uzu fell. We make perfect Jinchuriki. If Kurama ever escaped or my seal broke, there is even a small chance I might survive it if I got quick medical help. Mom survived it until Kurama drove a claw through her stomach. Kurenai's eyes widen. She did? Naruto nods. Even had enough strength to hold him down with her adamantine sealing chains. Can't blame him though. Even if he wasn't under genjutsu, would you want to be sealed into a screaming baby after nearly a century of captivity? Hana frowns as she thinks of it from that perspective and decides she can't. Hard to argue with that. Yugo smiles. So, what do you two have planned for today? Anko groans. Some scrub newbie decided to play big fish last night and screwed up an interrogation I was working on. Set me back weeks. I gotta go in and start on fixing it before putting the fear of Kami into the runt and teaching him how it's done. Naruto chuckles. Last time that happened, the newbie quit the next day cause he found he didn't have the stomach for it. Hana giggles. Oh yeah, I remember him. He tried to ask me out a week after, and when I told him Anko was my friend, he went into a screaming fit and Inoichi was called in for emergency therapy. Yugo grins. And you, Naruto? He shrugs. Lord Hokage asked me to look over the latest academy recruits to see if any are worth training. I'm not hopeful, but I'll take a look. If any show promise, I'm not against giving advice or subbing when needed, but it's gonna take something special to get my interest in a team. Meantime, if anybody wants to meet my summons, I intend to give a demonstration to the students after lunch as a favor to Iruka. Yugo is quick to reply that she will be there, much to the amusement of the whole table. Kurenai says she will bring her team as well. Hana smiles but shakes her head. Sadly, we had a fair few animal injuries over the past month and I will be busy, but I'm sure I will meet them sooner or later. Anko grins. Yeah, sorry, but work calls. Besides, you promised more letters whenever you are away on missions, so I will see them. Naruto nods and pecks her on the cheek before he takes the dishes and hands them to a clone to wash. As Naruto walked into the academy and stood outside the classroom, Iruka was in. He listens and thinks. Wonder what my life would have been like if that night never happened. Ha 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 ha, probably a happy annoying idiot with no knowledge of me or his parents, barely scraping by in his studies before lucking out and learning the shadow clone jutsu from a scroll he happened to steal out of desperation to please his traitor sensei. Naruto chuckles. Either you have a great imagination, or you are tapping alternate realities. Kurama smirks and chuckles. Life in a cage will do that to you. As Naruto is contemplating this, he hears Iruka introduce him. Now class, we have a special guest today. One of our most famous and strongest Anbu captains is coming to observe our class as a temporary aide and later will be giving you all a demonstration. Please welcome our own Red Fox, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto steps through the door and looks at the class with a small smile on his face. Hearing the disbelief in the voice of one particularly loud boy in Kill Me Orange, he shudders in deja vu for some reason. This guy? But he can't be much older than us. Iruka frowns and moves to use his big head jutsu to silence him before Naruto holds up a hand to stop him. So, you think age plays any role on rank or how strong I can be? The boy mumbles and the rest of the class listens attentively. Let me tell you a story, first. Know that a ninja is almost never what they appear. Age, size, even what you wear. These things mean nothing. Some might say that your outfit is unfit for a ninja and you are too loud. However, I know for a fact even in that outfit I could prank every member of Anbu and never be noticed until it was too late. In fact, I wore something similar as a child and did exactly that. Never let what you see be what you judge a ninja by. That is your death. Let me tell you, I never entered into the academy. If I did, I might never have graduated for reasons you may find out later. No. Instead, I entered into Anbu and I rose in ranks until I was a captain. Who here thinks as soon as they graduate, they will be rescuing princesses and fighting glorious battles? Nearly half the class raises their hands excitedly. Naruto nods. The academy does nothing to burst that bubble because it's a running joke. However, I believe being a shinobi is not a joking matter, so I will burst it right now. Once you become genin and if you are accepted by your sensei, you will be doing D-rank missions for up to 6 months or longer. A year if none of your team belongs to a clan. Shorter if you are lucky. D-ranks. As in chores. Later, once you become chunin, you might be assigned an escort mission of B rank or higher in which you might rescue or guard a princess. But the battles are rarely glorious. Ninja are highly paid mercenaries for their village. We serve our cage and do as ordered. Nothing more and nothing less. If you are told to kill, you do it. Torture? Do it. Seduce and fuck your target to obtain information? You guessed it, you do them. He shrugs. Though you won't have to worry about those last 2 or 3 until you are at least Chunin unless we break out into war. Now we are ninja and not drones, so there will be times when you can and must question orders. That is why higher ranks have higher requirements, and the same goes for missions. Naruto eyes the class and finds a satisfying amount of paled faces. Any questions? A red-haired girl in front raises her hand hesitantly. My dad told me Anbu are the best of the best, and to enter you have to be high Chunin or better. How did you get in? Naruto nods. Good question. That is true for the most part. However, like everything in life, there are exceptions. In my case, I lived a horrible life on the streets as an orphaned child and was beaten most birthdays out of fear and hatred. It so happens on the day before I was to enter the academy, they went a little further. He shows them the scars in his chest. A few of the children went green. I was 10 years old at the time. There is good news to this, however. The trauma awakened a bloodline limit in me which forced the Hokage to take me out of sight of the village and into Anbu. Training for both my own safety and to prevent my skills going to waste. He shows them the Kitsunagen, causing a few gasps. A boy in the back row with pale eyes narrows his eyes. A dujutsu? I don't recognize it. Naruto nods. I would be surprised if you did. There are many bloodlines in the world and many we know nothing about. Of Dujutsu, 3 are quite famous and notably powerful. The Byakugan, the Sharingan and the Rinnegan. Mine is similar to all 3 and yet different. It has aspects of them all and yet has unique powers of its own. The boy is curious now. How do they differ? I've never heard of the Rinnegan either. Naruto nods. The Rinnegan, also known as the Eyes of Samsara. This was the dujutsu of the man known only as the Sage of 6 Paths. I will leave it to Iruka to teach you of him and the rumored powers of that one, since nobody knows them for certain. As for the others, the Byakugan gives 360-degree X-ray vision and allows the user to see a person's chakra network in great detail. The weakness is a small blind spot of which the location and size is different for EAC user. The Sharingan allows one to copy jutsu as long as the user can see the hand signs, and it does not require a bloodline to use. It also allows the user to read, predict and copy the movements of an enemy, including expert taijutsu maneuvers. The weakness is even though the user perceives actions in slow motion, if they are not fast enough to keep up, then it's useless. Also, if active, the person has an eidetic or photographic memory, so say they see something particularly traumatic like the murder of their family while it is active, they will remember it in excruciating detail. The Sharingan also has an evolved version called Mangekyo, which I might go into another day. The boy blinks. This is interesting. Clearly more information than Iruka has been giving them. And your own? The Kitsunagen. A variation on the Rinnegan. Allows for gravity manipulation and near-perfect chakra control. I can see chakra like the Byakugan but not the chakra network, and don't have the X-ray vision and can only see in front of me. I can copy jutsu but not bloodlines or taijutsu, and it doesn't speed up my perception of time. Beyond that I don't know. I still haven't learned everything about it. Though the same can be said of every other dujutsu as well, since knowledge is found and lost all the time. Iruka is smiling behind his desk. This is exactly what he was hoping for. Nobody knows more on these subjects than Naruto. And unlike others, Naruto would tell it like it is without sugarcoating it. What came next he was not expecting though. Tell me, who here can tell me the 5 basic skill sets of a ninja? A white-haired girl in the front row threw up her hand, eager to impress, and he chuckled, pointing her out. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, kenjutsu and bukijutsu. Naruto nods, and for clarification, bukijutsu is... She shrugs. To dumb it down, the study of weapons. Most commonly kunai and shuriken jutsu, though it can be extended to most other weapons like bow staff and a bow and arrow. Naruto claps. Excellent. Now can anybody tell me the lesser-known paths? A lazy-looking boy in the middle of the class groans after about a minute of silence. Troublesome. Medical and Fuin are sealing arts. Naruto smirks. Correct, but there is one you missed. Mostly it's mislabeled under one of the other classes though. Usually ninjutsu. Anybody? It took a couple minutes before the loudmouthed boy hesitantly raised his hand. Yes? He looks self-consciously around before answering. Summoning? The class laughs and begins calling him Adobe before they all hear clapping from Naruto. Correct. Summoning or Kuchios is a class of its own. Often mistaken for ninjutsu, it's actually closer to Fuin. The redhead from earlier asks why that is. Naruto smiles. Good question. While the process of summoning itself has a lot in common with ninjutsu, the requirements are actually Fuin. See, summon animals don't live in this world most of the time, but rather in alternate realms close to this one. The toads, for example, live in a realm called Mount Myoboku. While you can go to that place in this world, it is actually in a pocket dimension, so you won't find toads there unless you are reverse summoned. I will go into details on that another time. The requirements to summon an animal are a contract with that clan, the passing of a test put forth by the boss of said clan, chakra enough to summon exactly who you wish, and a blood sacrifice. The redhead is still confused. Which part is Fuin? Naruto grins. The contract. Most of them were created in times long ago through methods we no longer understand. However, a seal master will tell you that the contracts are based on an advanced style of Fuin called space-time jutsu. The only people in the past 100 years who have studied that are the second Hokage and my father, the fourth Hokage. The room went silent as he dropped that bomb. Strangely, it was the orange-clad boy who spoke first. What nobody remembers Iruka-sensei telling us the fourth Hokage's name was Minato Namikaze? Nobody else saw the reference in his name and the similar face. As the rest of the class is unsure how to react, Naruto is chuckling. Now you see why I told you not to judge a ninja without truly understanding. This boy may act dumb and dress and sound loud, but he saw it long before all of you. The Hyuga boy from before frowns. You mentioned a test. What sort? Naruto nods. I like this class, Iruka. Can't say I am impressed enough to take on a team, but they ask good questions. Each clan has their own traditional test, just the same as each Junin sensei has one for their team upon graduation. The toads, for example, require you to stay on the head of the boss toad while he hops around all day and then share a drink with him if you succeed. Word of warning though. Not only is neither of these things as easy as it seems, but the toads don't show respect to their summoner like some other summons like the slugs. You would be treated like a minion of the boss and like a brother to the lesser toads. The redhead asks him, "What's your summon clan?" Naruto smirks. And now we get to the question I was waiting for. It's time for lunch. After you are done, Iruka will bring you to training field 43 and I will give my demonstration. Dismissed. As the kids file out, Iruka is chuckling. You'd make a great teacher. Naruto shakes his head. If I took your job, most kids wouldn't pass 2 years in this academy. My standards are too high. No, if I find a team I find interesting, I will be glad to be a sensei or a substitute in an emergency, but no. Iruka frowns. I expected the stuff on summoning and dojutsus as they're your expertise more than most, but why didn't the Hokage warn me if your other questions? Because I asked him not to. The standards in the academy are far too low, Iruka. Even for peacetime. I'm just glad I never attended, or it would be worse, and you know why. He nods. The council's meddling. Lord Hokage mentioned that. Naruto pats him on the back on the way out. If it's any consolation, I am impressed with this lot. I expected some puking or a couple fainting spells instead of just pale faces and good questions. After lunch, the class found Naruto seemingly napping beside a boulder in his training field with several Junin and Genin standing around talking. As they approached, he opened his eyes and smiled. In case anybody is wondering, the Junin here are a couple friends who requested to see my summoning along with their teams. Meet Asuma Sarutobi and Team 10. Kurenai Yuhi and Team 8. Kakashi Hitaki and the remains of Team 7. Maeda Guy and the old Team 9. And Yugo Izuki, my old partner in Anbu and Konoha's foremost expert in Kenjutsu. If you are lucky, in 2 years you might get one of these people to be your sensei. Impress me enough and I might teach you. And no, I am not claiming to be better than them, just pickier. That got some chuckles from the group. Naruto stands up and dusts off his hands. Now before we begin, I must tell you that I am the only summoner to have survived the test for this particular summon, so don't get any funny ideas. I also ask you to be respectful. Summons don't answer to anybody and nobody controls them, so if you offend them and you get crushed, burned or eaten, then nobody will be blaming either me or them. Seeing everybody had heard and understood his warning, he nods before stepping back. Since it's tradition for such a demonstration to summon the boss, I suppose I should do so. Naruto bites his thumb, causing it to bleed, and a few of the kids whisper about the blood sacrifice. He then goes through his hand signs slowly so they can see before slamming his hands into the ground and causing a colossal puff of smoke to rise and many eyes to widen at the great white dragon. Ah, Naruto. I take it today as your demonstration of the summoning jutsu? Naruto nods. It is Lord Whis. I hope I am not disturbing you. Not at all. Now does anybody have a question for me? The orange-clad boy raises a hand and Naruto smirks. Sensei said each summon clan has a test the boss gives to be allowed to summon. What is yours? The Drajos are a battle clan. The test is simple. Survive 5 minutes in battle with me or score a hit hard enough to make me feel it. Seeing the questioning eyes, he smirks. Dragon scales are harder than diamonds, so hurting us is difficult at best. Naruto is the first human to do so. The white-haired girl smiles. Why are you named Whis? My mother did not have much imagination. White is not a common color among dragons, and in an ancient and dead language Whis translates to white. Everybody chuckles. Yugo pipes up. In my Anbu studies I read most higher summons clans have a form of senjutsu or sage mode. Do the dragons have such a thing? He shakes his head. The toads, slugs and snakes do, but we dragons have never needed it. We find ourselves close enough to nature to draw strength naturally without actually entering into a sage state. Rather like Naruto here in fact. Yugo nods. And answers the question she knows the kids are about to ask. I will explain about senjutsu after we are done here. Happy with that, the redhead asks. What would happen if a person performs the summoning jutsu without having signed a contract? The dragon looks surprised. Wise question, little one. To answer I will ask you. What animal do you think you have a kinship with? She considers then smiles. Cats, I think. The dragon nods. Wisdom, quick thinking, proud and predators. Yes, I think it fits you. To answer, the person would either have nothing happen or would be reverse summoned to the realm of the summon closest in nature to the summoner. I don't recommend that though, as sometimes the summon realm in question can be hazardous to most humans and sometimes you simply are summoned to an inescapable void. The dragons, for example, live on a range of mountain peaks which are cold and so high up that the air is thin. Humans can die quick and easy there if not strong enough or prepared enough. Naruto nods. If anybody is interested, that's how Jiraiya of the Sannin met the toads. The Hyuga boy tilts his head. Are all dragons as big as you? Whis shakes his head. No, like all summons we have many of many different sizes and colors and shapes. And not all are battle-oriented like me. Why don't you introduce them to Sora? Naruto? My wife is calling. I enjoyed the visit. Naruto nods as Whis puffs away and then summons Sora. Hi Naruto. Something you need? Naruto nods. Just letting the class meet my summons Sora. Why don't you introduce yourself and tell them what you do? Sora nods. Well, as you heard kids, my name is Sora, which means sky. Yeah, mom didn't have much imagination. Kurenai giggles. I think we see a pattern. Here. Sora chuckles. There are a few dragons who are creative, but most are battle dragons, so imagination beyond how to kill isn't a big thing. My mom was a battle dragon, but my dad was a recon dragon. I'm built for speed myself, so I am used mostly as a high-speed messenger. The orange-clad boy frowns. How fast are you? Sora smirks and puffs his chest out in pride. I could fly from coast to coast in about 2 days and still have energy to spare. Kakashi Eye smiles. My old sensei could manage that with a couple dozen Hiraishin tags, but he'd be puffed by the end. I'm impressed. Naruto notices the looks on the kids' faces. Kakashi here was taught by my father. Hiraishin was one of his 2 signature original jutsu and the one he was most famous for. Hiraishin, or Flying Thunder God, allows a person to move at high speeds between 2 points so fast all you see is a flash. It earned him the name of Yellow Flash of Konoha. It's also the reason he hates us more than any other village. Thanks Sora, you can go now. Sora nods and pats Naruto on the back before puffing away. The redhead asks. Why would he hate us for the 4th jutsu? Naruto shakes his head. Not for the jutsu but what he did with it. In the last major battle of the 3rd Great Ninja War, the 4th used the Hiraishin and Rasengan to wipe out over 1,000 Iwa troops in a matter of minutes. Not all were Chunin or Junin either. Some were not much older than you kids. The Hyuga's eyes widen. Why? Kakashi answers. War is a terrible thing, kid. In war you are forced to do many things that are disgusting even by ninja standards. Remember this. While we see the fourth as a hero for what he did, Iwa sees him as a monster and war criminal. Naruto, if he had not entered Anbu, might not even have been told of his parents simply because if anybody knew, Iwa might have tried to kill him. Naruto nods. How history views our actions is a matter of perspective. Do what must be done. Do not blame or accept blame. That is the cycle of hatred. The white-haired girl frowns. The cycle of hatred? Asuma nods. That's right. Usually this is explained later, but maybe you should. No. Iwa hates the fourth for what he did even though he had to do it. Would you hate them if they killed him for it? Yes, you would. Then you would likely try to kill the ones responsible for his death. Then they would retaliate for that. It's a cycle of hatred that never ends. An eye for an eye and we all end up blind. The only cures are to not hate, which is beyond most if not all humans, or to hide secret information, which is why every village has secrets. Like Naruto's parentage before he was an Anbu. Naruto nods. I'll drop by class sometimes and answer some more questions, kids. For now, I think it's time to head home. As the children head home excited for what they learned, only the Junin notice the single tear fall from Naruto as he turns to face the other way. Iruka, Kurenai and Yugo all stand by him as the others give them a moment. Sorry Naruto. Didn't think this would get so personal. He shakes his head. They're a smart class, Iruka. I knew these questions might come, but I wasn't prepared for how soon. It's alright. Just need some time to think. Iruka nods and leaves. Kurenai and Yugo reluctantly give him some space. He almost didn't notice an hour later when a pair of arms wrapped around him. You okay, boy toy? I felt your sadness all the way from T&I. Naruto chuckles. I'm fine, Haim. Just had to deal with some thoughts sooner than expected. Anbu teaches you how to deal with death and grief but not loss. I could learn all their techniques and ask their friends about them, but it isn't the same as knowing them. The strangest thing is I feel no hatred for any of it. I can't blame Kurama or Iwa or Kumo or Kiri for the deaths of either my parents or clan. If I did, I would feel like a hypocrite. Yet it still hurts. Like a phantom limb, but the limb was never there. Anko nods. Like a hole in your heart only family will fill. Naruto nods. But I can't have a family until I destroy the threat to that possibility. But will that create more hatred? Continue the cycle? Anko shrugs. Can't answer that. Hatred is caused when a bond is severed. But some don't have such bonds, so killing them has no effect on it. Problem is you can't know that until after the deed is done. Who is this threat? He sighs and ruffles his hair. Akatsuki. Anko frowns. Why does that sound familiar? He shrugs. Probably popped up in your reports once or twice in info you were to keep an eye out for. Who are they? Dunno. All we know is there are about 9 or so of them. They are all S-class missing nin. They all wear black cloaks with red clouds on them and they want to capture all the tailed beasts by extracting them from their Junshuriki. Anko's eyes widen. That would kill them. Naruto nods. Do we know any of them? He nods again. A couple. Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki. Sasori of the Red Sand and Deidara the Mad Bomber. Less than half the members, and Itachi is a spy for us, though only a few people are aware of it. Don't know about Kisami's stance on all this. Guy is a bit crazy, but he and Itachi work pretty close and he doesn't seem worried. Itachi, huh? So why did he kill his clan? It wasn't to test himself if he went and infiltrated Akatsuki. Yup. Uchiha were planning a coup. He was going to leave more alive, but somebody else was helping him, and that somebody is high up in Akatsuki, so he couldn't do anything about it. He wanted to leave Sasuke with his mother and a few cousins alive. Naruto shakes his head. Fucked if I know what he was thinking using Tsukuyomi on his brother though. Maybe I'll ask him when I get his next report. I need to inform him of his brother's fate anyway. Anko pouts. Just don't do anything reckless. I don't want to lose you now, I'm just starting to be happy again. Naruto smiles and kisses her hand. They spend hours watching the sun set in comfortable silence before retiring for the night. The Hokage got many positive comments from the academy on Naruto's teaching methods, making the students apply themselves much more effectively than before, so as an experiment he assigned Naruto to answer more questions once a week at the academy until the end of the month, with teachers taking notes and other classes sitting in as well. His first one was quite popular. Sensei, are there any Hyuga in Anbu? Naruto nods. Well, there are, but not a lot. See, the Hyuga style and Inuzuka styles are much too recognizable, and those clans are set in their ways for such things that they often look down upon a member using anything but their style. An Anbu does not stand out unless they are strong enough that it doesn't matter. An Inuzuka boy tilts his head. What do you mean by that? I thought you were pretty famous, sensei. Naruto nods. Not at first. When I was put in Anbu, I was listed as a trainee. The deal was 5 years training in the 3 most used Anbu arts: Taijutsu, Ninjutsu and Kenjutsu. If I get them to Chunin level 1, became full Anbu, and if not, I get thrown to the academy. As you can see, I kept my promise and made Anbu. I didn't get a reputation until I was almost an Anbu. Captain. Kakashi was much the same. Anbu can get famous, but it is preferred they don't because it makes them a target and sometimes makes missions hard. Difficult to assassinate a corrupt politician if his guards know you on sight after all. The solution is to get so good at the job that fame doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if they know your face or mask if they never see you coming in the first place and don't know they're dead until long after you are gone. A Yamanaka boy frowns. Do assassinations happen often? Naruto shakes his head. More often than you would think, but only elite Junin and Anbu usually take them. Such missions are usually ranked A or S after all. A blue-haired clanless girl frowns. What do you mean by ranked missions? Ah yes, the tradition of not telling such things until later for a laugh. Typically, until a genin gets fed up with D ranks and asks for a mission worthy of a ninja, which prompts a scolding. A lecture on respect, then a boring lecture on the ranks themselves. Well, to answer, you have D ranks, which are basically chores. Anything from painting fences to babysitting or weeding a garden, walking dogs or catching the daimyo's wife's cat. Then you have C ranks, which are also available to genin later on. Usually that's escorts and guard duties or bandit hunts or even deliveries outside the village. It's rare to encounter anything more than thugs or bandits on those. Next you have B ranks. These are why C ranks are only assigned to experienced genin, as C ranks can often turn into this. B ranks are when you must fight enemy or nuke nins up to Chunin in rank. B ranks can also mean a more difficult task on a lower rank mission, like say escorts in the Land of Stone, which is high risk. Usually B ranks are assigned to Chunin or talented and experienced genin. Teams. A rank is getting into Junin territory. Often low-rank assassinations or diplomatic services, such as aiding in the signing of a treaty between 2 countries, information retrieval or spy missions. Sometimes seduction or capture and interrogation missions. Then you have S rank. Those are usually bounties on high-rank missing nins or difficult assassinations, or even other things like destabilizing another nation by secretly pitting them into war against an ally, or the reverse of that by saving one or multiple countries. Usually that's handled by Anbu. We are also the Hokage's personal guard and soldiers. More than any other rank, the Anbu serve only themselves and the Hokage. While that's true of any rank, if somebody other than our superior gives us an order and it is not authorized, then the penalty is death. The Inuzuka boy pouts. Seems to be a lot of death in this job. Naruto nods. Sad but true. The higher you rise, the more you will see. Anbu usually don't stay Anbu for more than a couple years. The redhead from his previous class asks. Why not, sensei? As a ninja you will be doing things that you don't like. Killing, for example. Unless you are a monster, this will have an effect on even the best ninja. Besides that, there are worse things a ninja does than kill, and in Anbu you will do far worse and see even more. It wears on you after a while, and either you get out or you break. There are the rare few who do neither and learn to cope in other ways. The Inuzuka boy grins. Is that why Kakashi-sensei is always reading those little orange smut books? Naruto chuckles and nods. The white-haired girl perks up. I heard you were in Anbu over 4 years after you passed your apprenticeship. How did you cope? Naruto chuckles. I would like to say I just took to the work well, but honestly I was headed to a dark place until the day I fell in love. All the girls in the class had stars in their eyes as he sweat drops. Ah. The Hyuga boy asks. What do you mean a dark place? And how did love help you to cope? Naruto sighs and nods. I was hoping nobody would ask that for at least a couple weeks, but I suppose you should learn sooner or later. So Naruto spent the next 2 hours explaining what he was and about the Biju and how he was treated. He was a little disappointed when a few of the children left the classroom saying they didn't have what it takes to live the life of a ninja, but he was proud of how many remained. Such classes continued every week until the end of the month when he was called into the Hokage's office. "Ah, Naruto, come in, my boy. You wanted to see me, old man?" Hiruzen grins, glad to have the old Naruto back. "Your lectures have done the academy wonders," as some of the teachers said, blunt and to the point but effective and with a personal touch that seems to captivate the minds of the students and makes them think on what matters. Naruto smiles. "I was surprised by some of their questions, but I would be lying if I said I didn't enjoy setting them right." Hiruzen nods. "Any chance of taking a team?" He shakes his head. "While they have impressive thinking, I believe it will be a few years of such teaching before the academy produces students to my standard. But they may surprise me. I'll keep an eye open." Hiruzen nods. "Good. Now on to other business. Akatsuki has been moving." Naruto's eyes sharpen. "Where?" "Iwa. Both their Jinchuriki have been taken already. Kumo has requested information and aid." Naruto raises an eyebrow. "Kumo? Information I get, but aid?" Hiruzen nods. "I thought the same, but the fourth Raikage has a more open mind than his predecessor. More to the point, he requested you, Naruto." "Why me?" "For starters, I and his brother are two of the only ninja to ever fight your parents and survive. For seconds, because you are a Jinchuriki, and third, because your reputation as Red Fox is well known in all lands. Though your identity is still not as well known below certain ranks." Naruto folds his arms and closes his eyes. "Okay, I can live with that. But before I go, I need to talk about Itachi." Hiruzen raises an eyebrow. "Oh, I intend to contact him with the news of what has happened to Sasuke and request his return to the village. You know what that will require." Hiruzen nods. Yes, a full pardon and possibly a public explanation." "What of his partner? This Kisame?" "I don't know. If he wishes to join, I would say standard probation and interrogation protocols, but beyond that I leave the choice up to Itachi. He knows him better than I do." "When do I leave?" "As soon as possible. Hopefully you can be done and back before Tsunade becomes Hokage and in time for your wedding." Naruto chuckles. "I better be, old man. If not, then I won't be facing Anko's rage alone, I promise you that." The old man pales and sweats a little. "Ahem, how fast can you get to Kumo?" Naruto pouts in thought while tapping his chin. "Alone. Maybe a week. 5 days if I push myself and limit my rest. With the dragons, probably 3 days if riding alone. 3 to 4 with another passenger." Hiruzen raises an eyebrow. "While I don't like the idea of you going alone, I know there are few you can't handle, and I's pride won't allow you to fight alone, so make it quick." Naruto nods and leave the office. Later that night he is sitting in his library when Anko walks in. "Don't you ever stop? If you aren't training, you're reading or doing a mission." Naruto puts down the book and smirks. "Oh, not true, my Heim. When I am not doing one of those, I am spending time with you. Heck, most of the time I would ditch what I am doing just to do that." Anko rolls her eyes. "Maybe, but still you should take a leaf from the Nara's book." Naruto taps his chin. Nara, I think I read that one last week. Isn't that something about how to slack off and dream of clouds? Or was it the one by Shikamaru's mom on how to control your husband and child with just a skillet?" Anko laughs. "We use that one in T and I. Yoshino is a genius." Naruto puts down his book and frowns. "In all seriousness, I can't slow down now, Anko Heim. Everything is coming to a head. Remember what we spoke of?" She nods and sits in his lap. "Akatsuki or Itachi?" He nods. "Both. Kumo has sent for aid. Requested me by name. I also got permission from the Hokage to contact Itachi about him and Kisame if he is agreeable coming home. Until our wedding, when I am not on mission, I will have to train harder than ever. I am going to have less time for anybody else, and that scares me. It took my supposed resurrection to gain what friends I have now, and now I have to push them away just to ensure our lives." Anko chuckles. "You say that like none of us thought it might happen. You were Anbu, Naruto. And you know what they say about Anbu." He grins. "Once Anbu, always Anbu. All of us are brothers and sisters. Anbu, stick together." She kisses him. "We knew with your life somebody might come after you or us, and so we prepared for the idea that one day one of us would have to walk away for a while to take care of the problem. I trust you will be back as soon as you can. When do you leave?" Old man said ASAP, so I am heading to Kumo tomorrow. Temporary Anbu status reinstated, the Red Fox returns. She laughs. Wow, you gotta do the whole drama thing, huh? He shrugs with a smirk. Most people find it cool. Jiraiya even considered using some of the lines for a non-Icha book he had an idea for. He never published it because it was never finished. She raises an eyebrow. Really? He nods. Tales of a gutsy ninja. Apparently, I am named after the main character. She puts her head on his shoulder. Promise me you'll come back safe? Kissing the top of her head he grins, and soon. Well guys. The Red Fox is off to Kumo. That will be next time. Sorry again for the lack of updates. Next time I'll see about updating Shinju's awakening and maybe Nice Guys finish last. In the meantime, peace. Chapter 6 got another chapter of Red Fox for you all. I have written maybe enough for one more chapter after this, which I am still reviewing for upload. After that it might be a while before I update it, as I am currently in a little bit of a dead end as to where I am going with this. Until then I may go back and do some editing on previous chapters so as to fit my current writing style. Maybe polish it up a bit. That said, here is the next chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 6. The next morning at the gate, Naruto summons Sora. Handing him a scroll and a picture, he also creates a clone. This is Itachi. He may have a partner with him, in which case be wary. Give him the scroll and tell him to meet my clone at our usual place. Kisame is welcome, but information is secure. Sora nods. Lord Whis says summons for the sage have been called a lot recently. They share our realm, so we keep tabs on them. Somebody has the Rinnegan Naruto. Be careful. Naruto stiffens and growls. Jiraiya has much to answer for. Once you finish this task, go to the Hokage and request the right to call him back to Konoha. If questioned, say one of his old students' lives. Tell him if he does anything stupid, my previous threat stands. Got it, Naruto. Good hunting and clear skies. Sora takes off at sonic speed to the west. If you are about to dispel before meeting Itachi, summon a clone to notify me and leave him a summons to Konoha dated for 2 weeks from today. If I cannot get to him in that time, I will send somebody I trust. The clone salutes and runs off to the meeting place. Once again Naruto summons. This time it's a black dragon about 5 times his size. Ah, Lord Naruto. Whis speaks highly of our summoner. I am Shun. How may I help? A pleasure to meet you, Shun. I need to get to Kumo fast. Also, I appreciate if while I wear this mask you all refer to me as Red Fox. Shun nods. Very well. Kumo, huh? Shouldn't take more than 3 days to get there, but you will likely be tired when we arrive. Naruto climbs on his back and holds on with chakra. It's fine, Shun. A hard life has made me tougher than most, and even if it didn't, Anbu are trained to go days without sleep. I will manage. Shun chuckles. Hold on. Shun takes off fast. Not as fast as Sora, but it is still impressive. The sight of a black dragon leaving Konoha is a sight to the people, leaving many in awe. Anko is meeting her friends on their usual tea shop to talk about his mission when they see it. He'll be fine, Anko, and back before you know it. She smiles. I know, Nai. He promised after all. Yugo chuckles. Good, then it's a sure thing. Hana cocks her head. Why's that? Yugo smiles. He never breaks a promise, and he has never made one he can't keep. Kurenai smiles. So, what is everybody doing for the next couple weeks? Hana frowns. Still working in the vet. We still can't figure out what's attacking the animals around Konoha or track it down, and Mom has ordered the Inuzuka to keep all their ninkin in at night just to be sure. Anko nods. I'll talk to the Hokage about it. If nothing can be done, then I'll see if Naruto has any ideas when he gets back. Thanks, Anko. Honestly, this is tiring me out. Kurenai grins. As for me, I got a date with Iruka. Anko cackles. Somehow I figured if you didn't stick around with us, then you would end up with Asuma. Dunno why though. Kurenai shrugs. I tried him, but I can't get him to quit smoking and he's too lazy. Yugo shrugs. Not sure myself. Thinking of leaving Anbu now that I hit captain. Maybe I'll start looking into taking on an apprentice for Kenjutsu. Maybe that Tenten girl. Anko raises an eyebrow. That might be a good idea. She's already known as the weapon mistress of Konoha, and Naruto has her interested in Anbu, so some training from an ex-Anbu would help her out. Yugo facepalms. Forgot about that. Tapping her chin in thought. Maybe I should set her up with some of the other Junin as well. Anko nods. Her taijutsu is good, decent in Fuin and potential in Kenjutsu is there, but she lacks ninjutsu and genjutsu experience. Consequences of having Guy as a sensei. She got unlucky with her opponent in round 2 of the exams and got beat by that wind user because of it. Meanwhile, a certain panda-looking girl is sneezing non-stop. Are you alright, Tenten? It would not do any good to catch something. It would be most unyouthful. She waves off her green-clad teammate. I'm fine, Lee. Probably somebody talking about me. 3 days later, just outside Kumo, Naruto tumbles off Shun. You didn't mention the reason I would be tired is oxygen deprivation. Shun looks sheepish, which is a little strange for a dragon. Sorry. I didn't think it would affect you that much. To compensate for being slower than some of the others, I fly higher, so I'm used to it. Naruto waves it off. I was wondering how to improve my wind element further anyway. Good thing I mastered it to the degree I did, or I would have passed out yesterday. This discussion is the site a squad of Kumo's Thunder Legion came upon. Thunder Legion being Kumo's version of Anbu. Not sure what to do, they fall back on protocol. Carefully surrounding Naruto, the leader steps forward. Please dismiss your summon and state your name and business in Kumo territory. Naruto's eyes flick to the man before he slowly sits up and rolls his eyes. You can go, Shun. Thanks for the help. Shun nods and puffs away. Naruto stands up slowly, not wishing to provoke the ninja without reason, and rolls his neck. Sorry to drop in so suddenly. I can't tell you my name as that's against Anbu protocol. I can tell you that the Raikage sent for Red Fox to come to Kumo's aid in a personal matter. The man nods. I am aware of the call. Sorry if we seemed hostile, but we were not expecting you for a few days more at best. Naruto nods. My summons are fast. If you don't mind, I will accompany you to your village, but not inside. I am wary of traps right now, even if the request has me curious and eager. The man nods and leads the way to the village, which is not too far away at this point. Naruto whistles in appreciation. Solid, defensive with a military air, and yet feels homey and family-friendly. I like it. The Kumo Anbu chuckle. Most people don't see it that way unless you live here, but that is the idea, yeah. As they arrive at the gate, the man tells Naruto to wait while he reports to the Raikage. It doesn't take long for him to come. A tall, stern-looking man built obviously for power and hiding nothing. His robes hang open to reveal his chiseled chest and his arms weighed down by huge weighted shackles. His face shadowed by his cage hat, the man seems frozen in a permanent scowl. Red Fox. At last we meet. I was not expecting you for several more days. A pleasant surprise. Naruto bows in respect. Lord Raikage, it's an honor. You will forgive me taking up Anbu again for this, of course. Until I can understand exactly what all this is about, I prefer to err on caution, though I know you are aware of my identity at this point. I nods. Understandable. Kumo and Konoha have not been on friendly terms even now. Forgive me for asking, but how did you get here so fast? Are you able to use your father's jutsu? Naruto shakes his head. Working on it, but not yet. No, I used my summons, the dragons. He rubs his neck a little. He warned me the 3-day flight would leave me tired, but he failed to mention that was due to high atmosphere flight. I burst out laughing. Sounds like quite a ride. If you wish, I can have accommodations made for you and we can speak on the reason you were here in the morning. Naruto shakes his head. Again, I would err on the side of caution at this point and not enter the village. I will make do out here for now. Sorry if that is an inconvenience. I waves it off. Gives me an excuse to escape the infernal paperwork. Naruto nods with a chuckle. Pointing to a copse of trees nearby, he informs the Raikage. I noticed a nice clearing just over there. I will make a temporary shelter there for use until our business is done. I nods. I will bring my brother and Yugito in the morning so we may speak. In the meantime, feel free to look around if you wish. I am hoping this mission will foster some trust between our villages. Naruto nods as the Raikage walks away. The next morning, the Raikage, his brother and a slightly disheveled-looking Yugito walk into the clearing to something none of them expected. In the corner of the clearing is a clearly steaming pool of water, and in the dead center is a stairway built into the ground with a stone door at the bottom. B-Raps. This fox clearly rocks if he turned this cops into a home instead of livin' in a box. Yugito and I both whack him over the head and yell in unison. Too early for your stupid rapping bee. But he is more stunned at the voice who responds. Never too early for rap. If you were good I might even clap. Instead I must put up with your crap. On your mouth there should be a cap. Maybe you should go take a nap. After the three Kumo ninja pick up their jaws off the ground, I is laughing his ass off and Yugito is rolling on the ground holding her stomach. B is curled up in depression until they all recover. I is the first to do so as he claps Naruto on the back. His rapping might actually be tolerable if he was ever as good at it as you are. Naruto shrugs. He isn't bad. Enka is not for everybody. I find when such things are not received well, a little joking competition clears the air a bit. Sort of like the difference between a haiku and the more common and better received limerick for poetry. B is back on his feet at this point and nodding. Kid's right about that. It's not that my Enka is crap or my rhymes totally not fad, just not everybody likes Enka, and really that's that. Naruto nods. A tip for you, B. Moderation is best to introduce a new fad. Rhyming everything you say tends to get on the nerves of people and will only work against you. You want them to enjoy it more, then do it a little less. Yugito and I look at B discreetly with a little hope in their eyes as he nods. I see. You're probably right. Besides, I am having trouble with a real block recently, so a break might do that good. Yugito face plants. Lord Rakage, did Red Fox just get B to speak like a normal person after knowing him less than an hour when we've been trying for years? I nods dumbly. She looks at Naruto and grins. Marry me? Naruto laughs. You're attractive, but I'm taken sorry. If you're really interested in me after getting to know me and my girl, then talk to her later. We have a somewhat open relationship. Now come inside. I suspect we have stuff to talk about. I, B and Yugito follow Naruto inside, where he takes off his mask and sits at a stone table with a pot of tea he just boiled, but his guests are standing by the door stunned. I looks at Naruto. How did you build this in just a day? I have a decent affinity for all 5 main elements, but my Doden and Sweden are weak. I used my futon to dig and shape the place before using Kaden to harden the walls. Specialized seals running with radon are used for electricity and lighting. The bed was a challenge. Using my Doden I made a soft bed of dirt for the base, and luckily the woods here have some nice soft moss I used to make it comfortable. The spring outside is a simple seal you can find in most villages to boil and purify water. I only tweaked it a little for optimum and comfortable temperature. The Rakage nods. I expect such seals would be easy for in Uzumaki. Naruto shakes his head. Until I made captain, I wasn't allowed to learn anything beyond basic sealing every Anbu is required to know. I only recently got my sealing up to journeyman. That's another reason I haven't mastered the Hiraishin yet. B and Yugito are looking at their Rakage for answers. He looks at Naruto for permission, who nods. Killer B. Yugito ni. Meet Naruto. Uzumaki Namikaze. Also known as Red Fox. Retired Anbu captain and Junin of the Leaf. B cocks his head as Naruto takes off the mask. I didn't know the Yellow Flash had a kid. And Uzumaki? Must be Kushina. The red hot-blooded habanero. Thought they looked cozy together that day. I nods. For those of us out of the loop. Naruto grins. Lord I and Killer B were a killer combo in the last great ninja war. Only 2 people were a match for them in speed and power. My parents. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. I never knew them myself as they died the day I was born, but Dad spoke highly of you too in his journal. B nods. Am I right in that you hold 9? Naruto smiles. Just as you hold 8 and Miss Ni holds 2. Kurama says he misses Matabi, by the way. Yugito blushes as Matabi is very graphic. About what she wants to do with Kurama and what Yugito should do with the hunk known as Naruto. Naruto laughs. I see she hasn't toned down the hormones at all in the past century. Yugito blushes even further. I just wish she wouldn't G into such detail and make it sound so convincing. Naruto shrugs. Well, each. Biju is known for a personality quirk. Kurama has rage issues and his pride. Gyuki is reasonable if a tad boring at times, and Matabi is a hot cat with a slightly more than healthy UAL appetite and slightly morbid sense of humor at times. B nods. Kurama has been telling you about them. Naruto shakes his head. Just stories and what I need to know. Nothing personal. Said I gotta form my own opinions on them if I ever meet them. I can respect that. But before we continue on this tack, what am I here for? They all sit at the table and enjoy their tea as Ai explains the situation. About 6 months ago, Jiraiya came to warn all the nations of the Akatsuki. I blew him off thinking nobody could get them in our village, but I was wrong. 2 weeks ago, 2 ninjas got past our security and cornered Yugito in a sewer near the edge of town. She got lucky and made enough noise that we got back up to her in time. Last week she got a mission to help out a small town east of here. It was a trap. Once again, she was lucky to escape. Same too. All we got on them is names and a few small details Yugito managed to pick up during the fights. When I contacted Jiraiya about it, he said to contact Konoha to send you. Said even his spies don't know as much about this particular group as you do. High praise from Asanin. Naruto nods. I know 4 of the members, 2 of which may change allegiances soon or be eliminated. I know there are at least 9 members, none of which are below S rank. I know they are after the Biju, but I don't know why. If you got names though, I might be able to find some info on M. They would probably have made attempts on me long before now if I hadn't gone into Anbu the way I did. Yugito frowns. Yeah, how did that happen? You seem a little young for it. Naruto frowns. Konoha isn't as fond of Jinchuriki as Kumo is, and because of Kurama they have a particular hatred of me. My birthday has never been good, but the day before I was to enter the academy I was cornered, and they almost succeeded in killing me. Naruto shows them the scars. Even Kurama can't heal everything. He shrugs as he pulls his shirt back down. It worked out in the end. I got good training, the trauma unlocked my bloodline, and eventually I made friends and met the love of my life. I chuckles. Ah, the benefits of the Uzumaki luck. Before we are done with this mission, remind me to send B's team to meet you. Karui would be happy to meet one of her clansmen. Naruto raises an eyebrow. I had all but given up hope there were any other Uzumaki left. I would be happy to meet Karui and her team. Now what is the mission? I nods. Observation and protection. Yugito has been lucky to this point, but I want her to be watched until these Akatsuki are dealt with. As I understand they operate in pairs, and Jiraiya told me each pair is slated for a particular Biju. Get rid of one pair and it's likely going to be a while before they try again. That will buy us time to start hunting them. Naruto nods in understanding. I was planning to start hunting them in the next couple years once I am certain of my skills, but this works for me. Besides 2 less Akatsuki to worry about before my wedding sounds good to me. Naruto smirks. I laughs. Good. Yugito will fill you in on details on the 2 who are targeting her. Naruto nods. I'll compile a report on the members I know of and keep you updated. Starting with Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki. B frowns. Why those 2 first? Because for starters they are slated to catch the 9 tails. Second, because they are particularly dangerous with Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan and Kisami's Samahata. And third, because they are the ones I am hoping to recruit back to Konoha. Itachi especially, as he is a spy for me in the organization. He holds up a hand to stall their questions. I can't go into detail on that, but if everything works out over the next couple months, then all of it will become public knowledge. I nods. We'll leave you to it then. Yugito will stay here with you until these 2 are dealt with. Nothing other than that changes for her except you are her bodyguard in the shadows. Naruto nods. Before you go, you said her last mission was a trap. Do you know who said it? A shadow masks the Raikage's face. My own counsel. I don't have names yet or proof, or even if it was deliberate or if the member or members were manipulated, but I know somebody there handed her the mission. I will find out though. Naruto nods. Just checking. Let me know if you need any help in that. I nods and he and B leave. Naruto turns to Yugito. Well, I better start preparing you a room. Feel free to use the spring if you like. We can talk later. She nods. Thanks, Naruto. Almost a week went by with B dropping in every couple days. It surprised Naruto how good company the 2 were. He would at this point consider them friends. Yugito never had quite as good a time in Kumo as B did for many reasons, but her life was infinitely better than Naruto's. But neither wasted any time with pity, but rather treated each other with patience and understanding. Just as Yugito was considering the possibility of moving to the Leaf to meet his wife-to-be, her would-be captors came upon their clearing. A man with solid green eyes and no pupil and a face mask who called himself a bounty hunter. This is Kakuzu. An annoying white-haired man with pink eyes and his robe left open to a rather plain-looking body and a religious symbol of some kind. This is Hidan. She had told Naruto of these two, and after some discussion with Kurama he had burst out laughing. Flashback. I'm sorry, something funny? Naruto shakes his head. Has Tabi told you of the demon chain of command? She nods. She has a number of mid to high-class demons under her command. Naruto grins. Jashin isn't a god but a low-rent demon. He actually serves Kurama. He is the weakest of the demons under his command, and the only reason he is there is because he learned how to draw power from the beliefs of humans. Hence this Jashinist cult. The fact is, what Hidan is doing is blasphemous to his own religion, and when he finds out, his ties to Jashin will be severed and he will die. Naruto shrugs. As for Kakuzu, I heard about a kinjutsu from Waterfall that was stolen around the time of the Shodai. I would bet that's what makes him the way he is. Kill him enough times and he will go down for good. Either that or obliterate either one of their bodies. Flashback end. Don't you guys learn? This kitty don't play. Now get lost before you piss me off more. Hidan cackles. I can't sacrifice you to my god, but I am going to enjoy causing you to cry out in pain. Kakuzu frowns. Enough, Hidan. Get too careless and you will die. Hidan is about to snap at his partner until he hears an ominous chuckle. I don't think he has to worry about carelessness much, Kakuzu. He should have read the fine print in the contract he signed in blood to his god. Or should I say demon? What he is doing with your group goes against the will of his master's master. He will die regardless, and Jashin won't help him in this fight. Hidan is flipping his lid at this new interloper. And who the fuck do you think you are to know anything of Lord Jashin? Kakuzu is flipping through his bingo book looking for him before his eyes widen. Red Fox. Konoha Anbu. S-rank threat. Bounty F 400 million Ryo. Recommendation. Kiss your ass goodbye. Naruto snorts in laughter behind his mask. Always knew the old man had a sense of humor, but I like that one. Naruto shunshins to Yugito's side and sends up a flare. Backup will be here in minutes, but it won't matter. Twice you failed on this one. Did you really think the Raikage would take any chances on a third time? Hidan grins like a maniac. I can't sacrifice her to my god, but I can kill you. Naruto shakes his head and looks at Kakuzu. Is he always this dense? Kakazu shrugs. Pretty much. So Kyuubi, huh? Naruto nods. Explains why we could never find it after your supposed demise. Hello, immortal in the dark here. Quit ignorig me and tell me what the fuck is going on. Naruto chuckles. Basically, you're fucked. Jashin's not a god, asswipe. He's a demon. The weakest under the command of the Nine Tails. The moment you threatened me and by extension him, you voided your contract with him. You're mortal fucknugget. Congrats. Hidan screws up his face trying to figure out what he means. Wait. Kyuubi? That mean you're his Jinchuriki? I thought he died years ago. Naruto shrugs. The village tried. Most thought they succeeded. I wasn't going to correct them if it meant I was safe. Do I look that dumb to you? Kakuzu snorts in amusement. Doesn't matter. Leader said bring her back or die. We got no choice this time. Naruto turns to Yugito. So, which one you want? She snarls. I want the foul-mouthed cunt with the big mouth. Naruto chuckles. Ah, I told you. You gotta talk to Anko first. Everybody face faults. Ha 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 ha, sorry, couldn't resist. Hidan frowns. Hey Kakuzu. Is it weird I'm having trouble hating this guy? I mean, he just took a major insult from me and made a pretty funny joke out of it. Kakuzu frowns. It is weird, yes, but no weirder than usual for you. I get it this time though. Still gotta take them both out though. Hidan nods and goes off to fight Yugito. Naruto is cracking his neck. Is what you said about him true? Naruto nods. Yup. Nobody knows if the effects will be the same in this plane of existence though, so he might retain his immortality, or it might be limited. Either way, I am confident she can hold out until you and I are done. Kakuzu nods. You're not what I expected. Our intel suggested you would be Chunin at best by this point with how your village council acted towards you. Had I not entered Anbu and thought dead, that would likely be the case. Anyway, let's get this going already. I'd like to spend a little more time with my friends before heading to my wedding. You seem confident. But I survived the first Hokage. You won't make it to your wedding. Naruto moves faster than Kakuzu expected and punches him in the gut. Winded, the man steps back. The Shodai had a habit of fooling around. Saying you survived him means nothing if he never took you seriously. Besides, there are like 100 people alive today who can say the same. Your Kinjutsu Earth Grudge Fear isn't that special. Kakuzu's eyes widen. So, you know of it. Benefits of an Anbu education and access to the records of allied villages. The current leader of Waterfall is a good friend. Kakuzu sheds his cloak. Then I should take this seriously. 4 masks detach from Kakuzu's back along with a mountain of black threads, and his body turns a dark brown. Using all 5 hearts at once, the field erupts with earthen spikes while twin waves of water cut off escape to the sides. The lightning, fire and wind masks all throw their elemental jutsu at Naruto, intending to annihilate him. Naruto does nothing to avoid or stop the wave of fire and lightning coming at him, even as Yugito's eyes widen, having just finished off Hidan. Naruto. As the elements die down, Kakuzu is panting. Guess he wasn't as tough as the bingo book said. Naruto chuckles in the smoke, causing him to stiffen. Yugito sighs in relief before looking at him in curiosity. Nobody can see anything by 2 red eyes in a cloud of black smoke. Those eyes. They look similar to our leaders. Naruto claps. So Nagato is the leader of Akatsuki. Good to know. Thanks. As to my eyes. Did you never wonder how I survived that night? Naruto raises an arm and the smoke around him clears violently as the ground craters beneath him. So many ways to kill you. Tell me. Do you know why Earth Grudge Fear is a forbidden jutsu given the obvious benefits? It fundamentally changes the body of the host. As long as I take a new heart every decade or 2, I can live forever and control the elements like they are nothing. The only downside I have noticed is I can't have children. A small price to pay. Naruto shakes his head. Again, you didn't read the fine print. While you can live forever as long as you continue taking hearts, the original affinity and defects of the host body remain. Worse if it's a hard defect than the same defect spreads to all your hearts. What are you talking about? I have no hard defect, I checked. Naruto grins. None diagnosed. But as soon as Lady Tsunade returned to the Leaf, she went over old records of our allies and she found your file. Seems the doctor who checked you out 60 years ago made a mistake. An easy one, but it's there. You were born with a high risk of cardiac arrest if lightning chakra is fluctuated in just the right way around your body. And all the time we have been talking, I have been pumping out Raiden into the air around us. You're probably finding it a little hard to breathe right now. Maybe your arm is going numb. A little dizzy? Even if I stop now, I've already done the damage. All 5 of your hearts are shutting down as we speak. Kakuzu spits blood on the ground and falls to his knees. Hey, dead to a stupid birth defect. I feel pathetic. Naruto sits at his side knowing he has already won. Don't feel too bad. I would have won anyway. Besides, it could happen to anybody. There are worse ways to die. Kakuzu chuckles. I like you, kid. You remind me of me without the obsession with money. A gift for you. Track our movements back to our nearby hideout and you will find a scroll there. I've been hunting the 7 swordsmen on the side. Managed to get about half their blades. If you can't use M, to give M away or sell M. Up to you. Yugito sits by Naruto's side. You didn't tell me about a heart condition. Naruto shrugs. I had honestly forgotten until a few minutes ago. It was a 1 in 50 chance it was lethal or would work at all anyway. If it failed, I would have had to resort to some of my more destructive jutsu. Flooding the area with Raiden was also a setup for about a half a dozen other jutsu I could have used. How did you survive that attack? I thought you were dead. Naruto sniggers. Never underestimate an Uzumaki. She snorts. Karui always says that. But seriously, I want to know. Naruto shrugs. If this alliance works out, I won't need the secret, I suppose, and I have many other aces. Remember what I told you about the night I decided to enter Anbu? She nods. Rusty kitchen knife in a drunkard's hands. Yeah. I mentioned that the trauma awakened a bloodline. I didn't say which one. It's a dojutsu similar to the Rinnegan called Kitsunegan. Naruto takes off his mask and shows her his eyes. Matabi says she wants to hug you. In a non-usual way. That's really unusual for her to even point that out, whether it is or isn't UAL. Don't know why though. You said similar to the Rinnegan. How so? Naruto chuckles. Aside from the resemblance, it offers a couple powers in common. It also pulls some from other dojutsu and a couple unique ones. In the case of the Rinnegan, perfect chakra control and gravity manipulation. Yugito chuckles. Seems like a cheat to me, but then most bloodlines are. Naruto shrugs. It's been hard to master it. Still don't know half of what it can do. I do know that I abused shadow clones way more than this. Now that jutsu is a cheat. She pouts. How? So, hey, anything the clone sees or learns is transmitted to the original and remaining clones when it pops. As an Uzumaki I can make hundreds, but as Kurama's Jinchuriki and with perfect chakra control I can create an instant army. She blinks a few times as she processes that. Well, shit, that is a major cheat. Naruto shakes his head. True. But as much as I take advantage as any ninja, should I still believe in building myself the hard way. I don't abuse this stuff nearly as much as I could, and I use them less now than when I first started training. Don't want to become reliant, you know. What do you think, B? Yugito starts in surprise as B and his team step out of the trees. I think I respect you now more than ever. Nothing better than hard work to keep you healthy. A shinobi who has it easy gets soft quick, and a soft shinobi, no matter how strong, is a dead shinobi. Naruto smirks. So, when exactly did you arrive? A blonde woman with tan skin, modified Junin attire, a bust to rival Tsunade, and an emotionless face replies. Just when you were talking about gravity manipulation and perfect chakra control. Sorry if it's not cool for us to hear about it. Naruto shrugs. Officially I am only back in Anbu for a temporary stint. A lot of what I said is becoming common knowledge. Even some academy students in Konoha know this much. The shadow clone thing is a bit of a test for Junin though. A redhead with a dark tan narrows her eyes. How so? Well, shadow clones are a fairly common jutsu for Konoha Junin, even if it's a kinjutsu, but it's considered a condition of learning it that nobody informs new users of the major perk that the jutsu comes with. The memory transfers. If you aren't aware of it, then it can take months or years to realize it. As I said, only a few select people could use it in the way I can though. Needs too much chakra to make more than a few clones, and the memory feedback is damaging if abused by somebody without an innate healing factor like me. B smiles. By the way, Mr. 9, this is my team. Samui is the cool busty chick. Karui is the redhead with the short fuse. Who you callin' short. And Omoi is the guy who looks like he's shitting himself in paranoia. Kids, this guy's Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Also known as Red Fox. Omoi narrows his eyes. What if he's just here to ingratiate himself before stealing all Kumo's secrets and killing us all? Karui is about to call him a paranoid idiot and beat him up when Naruto holds a hand up to her. I'll answer that one, Karui. Basically, if I was going to do that, I would have taken the multiple offers to enter your village. Second, if I wanted you dead, then you would never see me coming. I specialize in both assassination and sabotage, and I am also a known heavy hitter. I expect in your village only Yugito, B, and Lord Rakage would have a chance of even detecting me, let alone beating me. As for ingratiating myself, who called who? Samui smiles slightly. I like him. He's cool. He's also confident and right. You said Uzumaki, right? Naruto nods. My mother was Kushina Uzumaki. I was born blonde, but the event which unlocked my Kitsunegan also changed a few things about me genetically and physically. My mother's genes took over, causing my hair to change. I never knew Uzu, if that's what you were asking. It's before my time. But I went there once to check out if they left anything I could use. Karui looks at him with hope. What did you find, besides Mito Uzumaki's sealing sword? I got a scroll with some jutsu. Another with seals. And a summoning contract. Karui nods. I went once with the Rakage's permission, but the only thing I found was some jutsu in a burned-out building and a vault I couldn't open. My guess is blood seal linked to a certain family. Likely the leaders of the clan or something. Naruto nods. I've heard Mito referred to as the Princess of Whirlpool, and my mother was a distant cousin, so it makes sense. Knowing the Uzumaki with seals, it could probably detect exactly who I am related to for all we know. I am still learning seals like I said and haven't touched those yet. Never expected to find family here of all places though. In one of the countries that destroyed Uzu? But then Mom's diary said Uzumaki don't bear grudges. Karui nods. The third Raikage found my parents wandering around a few years after the fall and invited them here. He would have taken them if they said no, he admitted as much to me before he died, but they came. Apparently, he was disappointed my mother couldn't have children after me and that I showed no signs of awakening any bloodlines or any talent in Fuin. Hey. Based on that sword though you got good in Kenjutsu. If this alliance between Leaf and Cloud works out, I'll send you a scroll with the Uzu Ryu sword style in it. Wouldn't do if only one of the remaining Uzumaki had such things and he died before passing it on, right? Besides, I took to the standard Anbu styles for Kenjutsu and I don't have the talent for the Uzu Ryu. Karui nods. I'll learn it and teach it to future Uzumaki. Everybody is smiling at a family reunited until Samui seemingly jumps. Is that a hot spring? Naruto nods. Yeah, why? Mind if I use it? The ones in Kumo are crap and it's about the only thing that helps my back problems. Sure, knock yourself out. Samui all but jumps out of her clothes and runs to the spring and bomb dives. Everybody's sweat drops but Naruto is just blinking in surprise. Does this sort of thing happen often with you guys? Omoi nods. It used to. Until Sensei stopped rapping. I'm convinced. He's just holding it back and the worst rap ever is coming, and we will all die of exasperation. Karui hits him over the head. That is your craziest theory yet. Naruto grins and shakes his head. Well, that blast destroyed my little home here, so I should get to work fixing it. That way I got a little place here for when I come to visit. Besides, when I'm not using it, I'm sure the Raikage could use it as an outpost or a retreat for ninja who do well. Places like this are great for morale. B grins. Yeah. I can see bro doing that. More likely he would use it as a reward post for ninja who either need an easy job for a bit due to injuries or who've done good. Naruto grins. I might have to point that out to Tsunade when she becomes Hokage. Naruto spent a couple days at his little retreat rebuilding and getting to know his new friends. He even invited the entire group and the Raikage to his wedding in 2 weeks. The Raikage declined as it wasn't his kind of thing, but he gave permission for the group to attend. Yugito donated the bounty for Hidan to him as an early wedding present. Before leaving, Naruto made it clear each and all were welcome in his home in Konoha anytime. Something they appreciated greatly, especially B, who was always looking for places to slack off. Naruto decided to take his time getting back to Konoha and with his dragon Shun took to the skies. A week later, Tsunade and Hiruzen were on the top of the Hokage tower trying to delay her appointment as long as possible for a certain redhead to get back. Grr, where is that brat? He better not be hurt, or he will be. Hiruzen sweat drops. Calm down, Tsunade. I am certain he will be here soon. Spotting a large shadow moving quickly across the crowd, Hiruzen smirks. Sooner than you might think, in fact. Tsunade looks at the old man before she senses something approaching at high speed, putting her on guard. In the sky, a certain dragon is worried for his summoner. Are you certain? Naruto sniggers. Every new Hokage to take office should have something flashy for their appointment ceremony. I figure one of her top ninjas dropping from the back of a fast-flying dragon to greet her should do the trick. Shun chuckles. As long as you know if you go splat, I'm not taking the blame. The other dragons are one thing, but I learned long ago not to piss off a woman. Especially a mother figure such as Tsunade. Naruto laughs. Tsunade senses the approaching object but can't see it. The crowd? No below? No sky. All of a sudden, before her eyes, a black dragon dives out of the sky at high speed towards the roof. At the last second, he pulls up and an Enbu in a crimson fox mask jumps off the dragon, landing at her feet, kneeling as is protocol. Kumo sends its greetings and good wishes, Lady Hokage. Tsunade growls. You're lucky I didn't see you as a threat, Red Fox, or I would have cracked that mask with your face still in it. Naruto chuckles. Though a unique entrance might make the event more memorable. Was I wrong? Hiruzen claps and laughs. Well, I was impressed, and I can't say the crowd didn't enjoy it. Tsunade shakes her head and pinches her nose. I need a drink after this. Rise, Red Fox. I will see you in my office after the ceremony for a report. In the meantime, stick around for the ceremony. Naruto nods and steps back beside the standard Anbu guard silently. Almost silently, since several of the Anbu are sniggering as money changes hands. So, what was he bet this time? How long it would take you to give the new Hokage a headache or piss her off? Naruto sniggers. Come on guys. That's a sucker bet. 3 Anbu hang their heads in shame and Naruto raises an eyebrow behind his mask as he points to them. Newbies? Dragon nods. Lesson 1 Greenies. Never bet against the fox. The fox's trade is tricks and has the luck of the devil. Naruto laughs. Lesson 2. Don't get into a philosophical debate with a dragon. A dragon is wise but a pompous ass and has no problem letting you know as such. Dragon hangs his head as more money exchanges hands. Naruto sweat drops. How long it will take to open my smart mouth and bring you to depression? Dragon nods. Yep. Later in the Hokage's office, and that's it, Lady Hokage. Lord Raikage proposes an alliance to eliminate remaining Akatsuki members, which he hopes will lead to a treaty later. I have also retrieved something which might lead to a treaty with Kiri. Tsunade raises an eyebrow. How so? Naruto scratches his cheek sheepishly. Actually, credit goes to you for that, Lady Tsunade. Kakuzu's death was so unexpected for him that he gave me the location of a scroll containing 3 of the 7 blades of the mist. His death would have been much more difficult if I hadn't remembered that. Medical record you dug up on Waterfall Ninja. She taps her chin. Kakuzu, oh right. Congenital heart defect. She deadpans. He used Earth Grudge Fear, didn't he? Naruto laughs and nods. And this guy was S rank. How did he survive my grandfather? Naruto shrugs. Very well, Naruto. Anbu status on hold. You may go. Naruto bows. I will have the guest list on your desk for my wedding within 2 days for security to go over. Tsunade nods. Naruto heads out of the office to go get something to eat. Wondering where to go, he thinks back and smiles. There is one place he hasn't been to in years. Ichiraku's. Hey old man. Gimme something greasy. Gur, I told you good for nothings, only one person is allowed to call me that and it he ain't been here in years. Naruto sniggers and a ladle drops behind the counter. It really has been a long time, hasn't it? A beautiful girl is staring at him like she has seen a ghost. And Naruto? Naruto smiles softly at his sister figure. Hi Ayame. Sorry for not dropping by the past few years. Suddenly she flies over the counter, tackling him to the ground in a hug. We thought you were dead. Heard rumors out of the academy you were an Anbu, but we didn't believe them. She's crying her eyes out now, beating his chest. Why didn't you at least let us know you were okay? Naruto wipes away the tears. For the same reason I became an Anbu. To protect myself and those few who I care for. If it became known I was alive before I was ready, the attacks would have continued, and it was only a matter of time before you were hurt. A grinning old man walked out of the kitchen chuckling. So, you gonna marry my daughter or are you two just friends? Naruto chuckles. Much as I love Ayame, she's more like a sister. Besides, haven't you heard? I'm taken. Eep. Ayame blushes as she jumps away from Naruto. Ahem, sorry. So, who's the lucky girl? Anybody we know? Naruto smirks. I thought everybody knew Anko Midarashi. Naruto frowns. Come to think of it, I've been out of Anbu for nearly a year. Why has nobody we know told you of me? I know the Ice Queens all come here on occasion. And I've been teaching at the academy once a week for a month. Old man Tucci frowns. They did, but we were so hurt by news of your death we didn't want to get our hopes up. You have a long story to tell, boy. Naruto nods. Well then, best keep the ramen coming, old man. Tucci smirks. One Naruto special coming up. 1 hour later, and about 40 bowls of ramen. Naruto finished telling them of all that has happened to him that he's allowed to. Tucci whistles. Quite a tale, my boy. I heard of the Red Fox, of course, but I never would have guessed it was you. Ayame nods. Hey what's with your hair, Naruto? Didn't you used to be blonde? Naruto nods. The trauma that night not only unlocked my bloodline but changed some features. The hair, obviously. My eyes are also slightly darker, if you noticed. And last but not least. Naruto taps his claws on the counter, causing Ayame to blush. Nobody ever guessed, but she has a thing for scratching during and not being the one to do it. Tucci knows however and he is currently sniggering. Ayame, you are drooling. Curb your imagination with the soon-to-be married customer. Ayame wipes her mouth and mutters a quick apology which Naruto waves off. We all have our thing, Ayame. I've seen a lot weirder than a scratching fetish. If you're really that into me, talk to Anko. She's got a thing for threesomes and foursomes and such. She's also bile. Ayame is trapped in her imagination, giggling perversely. Oh dear. You've done it now, Naruto. She won't be aware of anything for hours, ha 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 ha. Naruto shrugs. I was being perfectly serious. Since she lost her public sadistic nature, she's become pretty insatiable in the bedroom. But then who am I to complain? Tucci shakes his head. Lucky bastard. Naruto smirks. Hey, I'll have you know my parents were happily married at the time of my birth. That snaps Ayame out of her trance and Tucci has to double-check both Naruto and Ayame. Why, you know who they were? Naruto nods. Since that very night. I figured you might know, but I don't hold it against you not telling me. The old man wasn't as bright as people think when it came to me. Anbu was the best decision he made for me, and he only did it because the alternative was far too dangerous for everybody. Ayame pouts. For the people not in the know? Naruto turns his head and looks at the Hokage monument. Ayame, I'm disappointed. I always thought you of all people were observant. You never noticed the resemblance? She steps outside again and looks at the monument while comparing them to Naruto and promptly faints. There's the reaction I expected. Hey, wait till she hears who my mother was. Tucci chuckles. She was only small at the time, but she and your mother were good friends. I am surprised she never questioned your personality. Naruto nods and pays for the meal. Thanks, old man. For everything. Wedding's next week. You're both invited. Chuki nods and helps his daughter back inside as Naruto leaves. What now? Looking towards the edge of the village, he smiles. Let's see how my students are doing. With a quick body flicker, he arrives at TG-43 to find not only Sakura and Ino but Yugo and Tenten as well. Training the next generation of Anbu, are we, Yugo? You sure you got time for that? Yugo smirks and punches Naruto in the arm. While you were gone on your mission, I left Anbu. Just a regular Junin like you now. Figured it was time to look into some of the next gen to see if any of them were worth the time. Didn't expect 3 to be really interested. Naruto frowns and looks at Ino and Sakura. I knew of Tenten's interest, but Ino and Sakura are news to me. I just gave them advice and a little makeup training to keep them alive. Yugo nods. And they took to it like a fish to water. Like Tenten here, Ino has some potential for Kenjutsu. Like Sakura, she also has potential for medical and genjutsu. She'll make a good all-round ninja. Sakura excels in chakra control. With some time and training, I expect she could figure out Tsunade's super strength. With the right advice, she could make a great taijutsu specialist too. Naruto deadpans. No green or youth, please. Yugo giggles and Tenten facepalms. As for Tenten, she's a natural with leadership, stealth, weapons of all kinds, and she's smart too. She'll make captain in no time, I think. Naruto smiles. I told you that you had potential, Tenten. Made any progress on elemental ninjutsu? Tenten grins. Turns out I have a lightning affinity which works out great for me. I've been working with Kakashi-sensei to refine it and to learn some jutsu. So far, I only have the electromagnetic murder down, though I am working on Gion. Kakashi says he might be tempted to teach me his lining blade if I make Anbu. Though I also have a minor wind element, I know a couple jutsu for that, but not much. Naruto raises an eyebrow. I'm surprised. Kakashi taught Chidori to Sasuke and has regretted it ever since. I thought it would be a long time before he tried that again. Did he tell you why? Only muttered something about you being a better judge of character. Naruto nods. Well, if he goes through with that, then you should feel honored. He has learned over 1,000 jutsu, but Chidori and Lightning Blade are his only originals. It's a versatile assassination jutsu, and as he would say, it's to be used to defend your comrades and never against a fellow leaf ninja. She nods. Not sure how I feel about learning a jutsu which is only used to kill, but if I make Anbu I will need every tool I can get. Naruto smiles. Then you are already 2 steps ahead of most recruits. Naruto turns to Ino and Sakura. So, you two. How's the training going so far? Sakura grins. Both Ino and I have doubled our speed since last we saw you. We can also run for a couple hours straight. Without a break. Longer if we keep the speed down a bit. I learned some medical analysis, just you and the mystic palm along with the hell viewing jutsu. Lady Tsunade said she is considering taking me as an apprentice, but I want to try Anbu first. I figure her techniques are too recognizable for it. Naruto smirks. Smart decision, but keep your options open. Tsunade doesn't praise like that often, I think. And you, Ino? I mastered mind destruction jutsu and a few interrogation techniques. I've also mastered the mystic palm and am working on poisons. Kurenai. Sensei was talking about teaching me her tree-binding death genjutsu, and Shizune is teaching me more about poisons and antidotes. Naruto claps. Excellent. Now if we can get you both. Some elemental ninjutsu you will easily be Chunin level. Maybe even low Junin. Am I right in thinking you are taking them for training off in Yugo? She nods. Yeah. It'll be nice to train some competent kunoichi. Anko's even thinking of teaching them. Seduction. Naruto laughs. We don't want to scare them out of work just yet. Don't get me wrong, she's good at it, but well, Anko is Anko. Yugo laughs. Don't worry, none of this is until after the wedding. Ino developed stars in her eyes. Gasp, did you say wedding? Whose? When? Can I come? I love weddings. Everybody sweat drops. In order. Yes, mine and Anko's, in about a week. I'll think about it, and I figured that from your sudden fangirling. Ino blinks a few times before hanging her head. Sorry. Old habits. Naruto puts a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, Ino. Even for serious kunoichi, everybody has at least one thing which will bring them to that state. For example, watch this. Ino watches as Naruto walks over to Yugo. She can't hear what he says but falls face first on the ground when she sees Yugo's reaction. With Yugo and Naruto. Hey Yugo. Wanna see 3 of the 7 legendary blades of the mist? Yugo begins to hyperventilate and drool before tackling Naruto. Show me and I will have your children right now. Naruto scratches his head and grins. Maybe we should talk to Anko about that. I'll show you later. Though. Yugo blushes beet red and jumps away. Ahem, sorry about that. Naruto snorts. Nice to know your passion for blades hasn't dulled. Ha 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 ha, I'll see you all later. Have fun, girls. Naruto body flickers home, still laughing as he walks in, not noticing Anko in the sitting room reading. Something funny? An hour later, Anko is cackling. She really said that? Oh, I'm gonna remember that. She then begins to smirk, causing Naruto to sweat. And what's this I hear about another girl wanting some fun with my man? You should be careful, or you might not leave enough women for all the other guys in the world. Naruto nods sagely. I have considered that. I was also thinking. How on earth would I go about pleasing so many women? I mean, even my stamina has limits. Anko grins wider. And, what did you come up with? Naruto smirks and forms a single hand seal to form 20 shadow clones, who then transform into various attractive and most importantly naked men. Anko's mind goes into overload before she rockets back from a massive nosebleed, screaming. Oh, yeah, it's a perfect 10. A certain white-haired pervert suddenly sneezes as he walks through the gates of Konoha. Somebody's stealing my bit. Meanwhile, Naruto is laughing his ass off. Why jutsu reverse harem? Told him it would work on Anko. Hope you all enjoyed reading as much as I enjoyed writing. Next time on Red Fox. The return of Itachi Uchiha and the wedding. Until then, don't forget to review and recommend. Bye. Author's note, not a chapter. Sorry, hi guys. Just a word to let you know what is going on with my active fix here. My mother recently died of cancer and my motivation to write has suffered quite a bit as a result. While I was having some trouble with writer's block before, I simply lack the motivation now. This does not mean I am giving up writing. However, posting new content will only happen once I finish a FIC and begin to actually edit the finished result from now on. This means some of my fics are either on hiatus or possibly even abandoned. I am undecided at this point. That being said, if a FIC is not labeled as complete and I have not updated in a long while, there is every chance I have stalled on it. Anybody who feels they can take one of my unfinished works and turn it into something good, then please feel free to contact me. I would be happy to work with you or even let you run with it. I'm even willing to turn over what I've got on those fics so you can have something to work with. I do have Discord if any prospective authors wish to communicate more easily. Ya nay for now.